Ali, 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 yeah. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for his blessings. Ali was the circle 7. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for his blessings. Ali was the circle 7. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for his blessings. Ali was the circle 7. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for his blessings. Ali was the circle 7. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for his blessings. Ali was the circle 7. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for his blessings. Ali was the circle 7.
All right. Islamism without the schism. Want to rise upon the 7 within the circle of justice, mercy, love, and right. And give all praises to the great God, Allah, Father God, Allah. And honors to his holy prophet, honors to our holy prophet, Noble Drew Ali, Al-Hajj Sharif Abdul Ali, that is. We give honors to our Moorish kin once again, here, there, and everywhere. And therefore honors to all of you who are continuously honoring yourselves by being yourselves. But let us call forth our beloved scribe, Consul General, Dr. Tara Anpu Anibati Bey, that he may open up our hearts and minds as he opens up the way.
Islam. First, I'd like to rise to give all men a praise to Allah, honors to the Prophet, honors to our theocratic government, our royal council, our flag, seal, emblem, our divine constitution of swift angels, of muftis, citizens alike, honors to all the Moors that are here in attendance, all the ones in the sound of my voice, honors to all our scribes, honors to our professor in this journey, which is Dr. Amo Hadi Sabaz Il, and honors to just the Moorish America, Islam. And I will begin with the reading of the committee and that Moorish American prayer. Ya Allah abnu haru makuneteru. Ya Allah abhedheru. Ya Allah ma'atheru. Ya Allah hotepheru. Ya Allah haru. Ya Allah ma'atheru kuti. Ya Allah awajejuti. Ya Allah pratim sutek pratim haru. Ya Allah bamaduti. El hadis sepsis reabtu ali. Ameen. Alisa, Alisa, Alisa. And that is to say, O Allah, the Father of the universe, O Allah, the Father of love, O Allah, the Spirit of truth, O Allah, the Spirit of peace, O Allah, the Spirit of freedom, O Allah, the Spirit of justice, O Allah, you are my protector, O Allah, you are my God, O Allah, you are my salvation by night and by day, O Allah, through your holy prophet, Drew Ali, O Allah, Drew Ali, Holy Isa, Holy Isa, Holy Isa. With the recitation of our committee and that Moorish American prayer, we'll now open up the way with the divine constitution and bylaw, salvation, our God, unity, Act 1. The Grand Sheikh and the chairman of Moorish America are empowered to make law and enforce laws with the assistance of the Prophet and the grand body of Moorish America. The assistant Grand Sheikh is to assist the Grand Sheikh in all affairs. if he lives according to love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice, and it is known before the citizens of Moorish America. The bylaws. Act 2. All meetings are to be open and closed promptly according to the Circle 7. And love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. Friday is our holy day of rest, because on a Friday, the first man was formed in flesh, and on a Friday, the first man departed out of flesh and ascended unto his Father God Allah. For that cause, Friday is the holy day for all Muslims all over the world. Act 3. Love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice must be proclaimed and practiced by all citizens of Moorish America. No citizen is to put in danger or accuse falsely his brother or sister on any occasion at all that may harm his brother or sister, because Allah is love. Act 4. All citizens must preserve these holy and divine laws, and all citizens must obey the laws of the government, because by being a Moorish American, you are part and parcel of the government and must live the life accordingly. Act 5. No organization of Moorish America is to cause any confusion or to overthrow the laws and constitution of the said government, but to obey hereby. Act 6. With us, all citizens must proclaim their nationality. We are teaching our people their nationality and their divine creed, that they may know that they are a part and parcel of this said government, and know that they are not Negroes, colored folks, black people, or Ethiopians, because these names are given to slaves by slaveholders in 1779 and lasted until 1865 during the time of slavery. But this is a new era of time now, and all men now must proclaim their free national name to be recognized by the government in which they live and the nations of the earth. This is the reason why Allah, the great God of the universe, ordained Noble Jew Ali, the prophet, to redeem his people from their sinful ways. The Moorish Americans are the descendants of the ancient Moabites, whom inhabited the northwestern and southwestern shores of Africa. Act 7. All citizens must promptly attend their meetings and become a part and a partial of all uplifting acts of Moorish America. Moorish Americans must pay their dues and keep in line with all necessities of Moorish America. And then you are entitled to the name of faithful. Husband, you must support your wife and children. Wife, you must obey your husband and take care of your children and look after the duties of your household. Sons and daughters must obey father and mother and be industrious and become a part of the uplifting of fallen humanity. All Moorish Americans must keep their hearts and minds pure with love and their bodies clean with water. This divine covenant is from your holy prophet, Noble Jew Ali, through the guidance of his Father God Allah. Prophet Noble Jew Ali, peace and blessings be upon him, founding father and framer of the divine constitution and bylaws of Moorish America. And with the completion of the recitation of our divine constitution and bylaws, I will now turn this meeting over to Dendra and E.A.R.S to read our chapter of the week, Islam.
Islam. I am Dr. Dendra and E.A.R.S. First, let me rise and give praises to our great God Allah. I give honors to our holy prophet, Noble Jew Ali. I give honors to Act 1. I give honors to all my government officials, and I give honors to our Council General of our Dr. Bhakti Bey, for opening us up according to law. And I give honors to our National System Grand Chief for sponsoring this class this morning. And I will be reading our chapter of the week, chapter 70, the end of time and the fulfilling of the prophecies. Every prophet leaves a holy book of guidance for his nationals, Jew Ali's 4:4. The last prophet in these days is Noble Jew Ali, who was prepared divinely in due time by Allah to redeem men from their sinful ways and to warn them of the great wrath which is sure to come upon the earth. John the Baptist was the forerunner of Yehoshua in those days, to warn and stir up the nation and prepare them to receive the divine creed which was to be brought by Yehoshua. In these modern days, there came a forerunner who was divinely prepared by the great God Allah, and his name is Marcus Garvey, who did teach and warn the nations of the earth to prepare to meet the coming prophet, who was to bring the true and divine creed of Islam. And his name is Noble Jew Ali, who was prepared and sent to this earth by Allah to teach the old time religion and the everlasting gospel to the sons of men, that every nation shall and must worship under their own vine and fig tree, and return to their own and be one with their Father God Allah. The Moorish Science Temple of America is a lawfully chartered and incorporated organization. Any subordinate temple that desires to receive a charter, the prophet has them to issue to every state throughout the United States, etc., that the world may hear and know the truth, that among the descendants of Africa there is still much wisdom to be learned in these days, for the redemption of the sons of men under love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. We, as a clean and pure nation descended from the inhabitants of Africa, do not desire to amalgamate or marry into the families of the pale skinned nations of Europe, neither serve the gods of their religion, because our forefathers are the true and divine founders of the first religious creed for the redemption and salvation of mankind on earth. Therefore, we are returning the church and Christianity back to the European nations, as it was prepared by their forefathers for their earthly salvation. While we, the Moorish Americans, are returning to Islam, which was founded by our fathers for our earthly and divine salvation. The covenant of the great God Allah. Honor thy father and thy mother, that thy days may be longer upon the earth land, which the Lord thy God Allah hath given thee. Come, all ye Asiatics of America, and hear the truth about your nationality and birthrights, because you are not Negroes. Learn of your forefathers' ancient and divine creed, that you will learn to love instead of hate. We are trying to uplift fallen humanity. Come and link yourselves with the families of nations. We honor all the true and divine prophets. Islam. Islam, Islam. Gratitude, gratitude. Now we return everything back over to our host, our National Assistant Grand Chief, Dr. Sadula Mete-El Maheja Sepsuel. Are you there, God man?
Islamism, as close as a love thought. Praise be to Allah.
Islam.
Gratitude. Islamism without the schism. Well, want to rise once again and give all praises to the great God Allah, Father God Allah, and honors to his holy prophet, honors to our holy prophet, Noble Drew Ali, El Hajj Sharif Abdul Ali, that is. We give honors to our Moorish kin once again, here, there, and everywhere, and therefore honors to all of you who are continuously honoring yourselves by being yourselves. We give honors to our Grand National Seal. We give honors to our Grand National Emblem, National Flag, Divine Constitution and bylaws, and honors to all of you who are indeed a living manifestation and personification of everything that our holy prophet brought to make us a nation. I want to welcome you to another Egyptian Adeptus Research Sultanate session. I'm your host, Dr. Shahid Imani Amohadi Shabazz El, and my ancient Comedian high name being the same as Dr. Shedwa Minti El Muhedja Shepsuel. And we have a powerful measure to come forth with Moorish kin. As always, and you already know that there's a process that deal with this progress, that we are bringing on the manifest when it comes to dealing with the language, the Hieratic and so forth and so on. And so we always like to lay a foundation when we come forth in our particular classes so that our family will be able to follow us. We lay a foundation and we build everything around the book of fire, the exhuming of a nation. I want to give honors to our Grand National Chairman for bringing forth such a magnanimous blessing and a lesson. So what we want to do, we want to call on our scribes to volunteer and read from the exhuming of a nation. And we're going to actually come from page 81, Freemasonry and the Illuminati. Islam, Brother Bati Bey.
Islam.
Okay, so we're going to start from 81. They got a lot of pictures in here, so that's separated.
81.
Actually, to the top of page 86, brother, and stop there at the word ancient.
Islam.
Okay.
And Islam.
Islam. And well, Sister Curta Bay, you can start at Ancient,
Okay.
page 86, and then you can go over to, because there's pictures up there too. You can actually go over to, I want to make sure I equally distribute this. Above the Widow's Song on
Okay.
page 8. You know what? Actually, go to There Can Be No Widow While Lies the Husband. You know what? Yeah, go to stop above the Widow's Song.
The widow's son. Okay.
And then the Grand Secretary of the State can pick up on 89, the Widow's Son,
Okay.
and then she can stop actually right above, hold that thought on page 93. Islam.
Gratitude.
Okay, gratitude. Islamism without the schism. Well, all right, Brother Bati Bey.
Islam.
Mobadu, you may proceed, my brother.
Islam. Freemasonry and the Illuminati. Preface. The purpose of this chapter, in conjunction with the Constitution of Noble Drew Ali / the Exhuman of the Nation, is not to reveal the internal works of the world's largest secret society, but to exhume the unconscious body of humanity that has been befallen from the setting maw of Western Freemasonry. This setting, excuse me, this setting law is the United States constitutional laws used to authorize, abolish, and extend the enslavement of free West African nationals. These laws, written by European lodge brothers, come secretly sealed with the implementation of a reversed master's grip used to surgically remove the African god center, leaving the brain unharmed, the skull intact, and every strand of the hair in place. Readers, be advised, when the author refers to Freemasonry, more often than not, is directing the thought to Western Freemasonry. There is a vast distinction between Western Freemasonry, usually called Freemasonry, and the old time mastery, example, Masonry. True Masonry, as originally developed by the God man of Africa, was designed as a ladder which climbed from the finite to the infinite heart of the fallen humanity back to the heart of his creator. These holy instructions became a 24/7 way of life for masterminds. Carnal men latter reduced this spiritual unfoldment to 1 to 4 hours a week ritual called religious services. In true masonry, there are a series of tools used to create a building not made by hand. The temple of perfected man. When Europeans pillaged the universities, temples, and lodges of ancient Egypt, they stole and killed for everything they could see. Collectively, these sacred pathways are called Solomon's Temple. Later, the stolen tools, symbols, and rituals were used to build the Roman Catholic, York, and Scottish Rite orders and used against their African victims. These Western orders now behaved, into the Illuminati, would be nothing but a game for cavemen if all if all the African valuables, including the crescent moon scimitar fez, were removed. Nevertheless, when Freemasonry is used in this book, it is referring to the crime as Western Freemasonry. The most devoted Masons, as will be later explained, Freemasonry, a god made of certain European men whom they self-serve religiously. Freemasonry, as one of the most powerful gods of Europe, is the source from which the pale-skinned males drew their strength to give themselves the title of white. Today, white is accepted as normal and often understood as proper when Europeans are being addressed. However, in the ministries of Noble Drew Ali, this propaganda is brought to surface in the appendix question 92. What title does Satan give himself? The answer is God. To illustrate the covert power of the mighty fraternal order, to this day, nearly all Negroes, blacks, and colored people, NBCs, call Europeans their God every time they call them white. The unsung story here is 99% of the NBCs have absolutely no idea Western Freemasonry and Illuminati are the foremost world order deities of Europe, especially those brothers of African descent whom blindly serve the order of Western Freemasonry more faithfully than they do themselves. This bit of trivia is simply to direct the interest to the magnitude of the works of Freemasonry and its impact on the profane world, forcefully isolated outside the lodges. Noble Drew Ali / Gentleman of a Nation, especially this chapter, is not written with intent to offend nor defame any organized group or any of the recognized or unrecognized members. All hand grip signs, passwords, rituals, etc. will be purposely omitted unless relevant to its purpose. This is also out of respect of intentional, and ill-placed sincerity of the faithful and revealing the facts. The European is not necessary for the true manumission to the people of Africa. Basically, these are mere inners of masonry recognized and verifying one's awareness of a certain body that still lie in a particular tomb. The purpose of this book, as forestated, is not merely to breathe life into the unconscious sight of the Moors, but to exhume their body, whole as a people, intact as a nation. Surely, as Brother Yehoshua told John, the truth can make you free. In any case of raising the dead being the handiwork of masterminds, there is always the conquest of that illusionist obstacle between dormant life and the certainty of its resurrection. As for the entity of Freemasonry and the role it played in the resurrection of its so-called Negro people, if a person needs to get from Wednesday to Friday, he or she must go through Thursday. It is not disrespectful to go through Thursday from its day through to its night to reach Friday. It is a necessity. In the course of human events, it is just a natural fact someone put Friday behind Thursday. Like so, when one wants to get to the tomb of the unknown nation, buried underneath the Constitution of the United States, where the unconscious African rulers lay in state, he or she must go through the secret seal of Freemasonry. This mighty fraternal order is a secretly sealed stone of opposition that guards the entrance of the dismal crypt. History accrued during the latter few centuries reveals someone placed these events in that certain order. Today, Freemasonry stands as the major blockage of Negroes, blacks, colored people, ordained attainment of nationhood under their one free national name. And rejoining the nations of the human family. In respect to historical events, it was the work of the secret society which committed the murder, buried the victim, and concealed the evidence. Therefore, it is not disrespectful to go through the Masonic system to retrieve that which is hidden therein. It is an unavoidable necessity. To understand the history of anything, the subject must be placed in the proper light, time, and context. During the past 400 years, there have been hundreds of millions of people on both ends of the whip who have died in awe of the lock on the African slaves. There have been countless prayers, songs sung, books written, laws passed, tears shed, and untold other keys tried, but the old Dutch master's lock has denied entry to them all. This lock is a secret conspiracy entrusted deep into the lodges of Freemasonry. This chapter represents the master key for the special lock. It is the right key. Only love divine at the age, touch of time can turn the key that has been locking a clean and pure nation from the material world above. The author understands only Masons above ground will not be offended, knowing many of those being exhumed will unnaturally fight the light by defending the darkness of their entombed, the shallow grave of Freemasonry. Who's buried there? What European master Masons do not want their profane world to know. I have come to take the cover off of All Secret Society, Noble Drew Ali, 1921. The real foundation of Western Freemasonry rests upon an awful murder. This murder is a pogrom of the God-man of the Nile, African kings and indigenous African nationals. This capital crime included the subjugation of African through the dousing of the light in Egypt and the obscurity of the true Garden of Eden. This homicide is distinguished in the Constitution of Freemasonry as the killing of Hiram Abiff, the widow's son. The embodiment of this slaying is unquestionably the master crime of the times. Hiram's death depicts a history from the physical African man to be enlightened with wisdom to the last mankind European to become civilized with knowledge and back again. To understand this murder is to free the Negro from his disguised grave of perpetual slavery using the only divine key that will separate this mystery secret from where it is lodged in Freemasonry. Although Freemasonry is not a religious order, it is predominantly structured from the Bible, Torah, Vedas, and the Holy Quran. All of these books lay open on the Masonic altars pending the height of their degrees. The parable of Hiram Abiff can be found in the Torah, Old Testament, 1 Kings, 7th chapter. The Masonic history is more of a cover than a book. It is similar to the fallacy of having a criminal describe his own crime. Because of these covert activities, it will take this chapter written in layman's terms to explain the magnanimous essence to the need to know. Since the murder has not been publicly reported, the true character will be revealed because there is no innocence to protect. Not only has this murder gone unreported, but also because of the great conspiracy, those who have been most victimized now carry the black mark of death, yet does not realize he is dead. Yet both the murder and the death are real. Because Noble Drew Ali became an Egyptian adept master, he is often mistaken to be a Freemason or higher order of Shriners, etc. However, this chapter will clearly reveal no true God-man can be a Muslim who submits his will or her will, who submits his or her will to the will of the great God Allah, while simultaneously give his will via oath to the worshipfulness of a man. Beginning of Western Freemasonry. There is a vast difference between Western Freemasonry and African self-mastery, whose ancient education were centered in Kemet, Egypt. The European orders of Freemasonry are built upon the letter of universal laws stolen from Africa's grand temples. Everything from the tools, signs, symbols, and most manifest seen by carnal eyes were pillaged northward into Europe at all costs. Western Freemasonry should never be construed as something beneficial to the children of Africa. All lodges of European Freemasonry are built upon science, tools, signs, symbols, laws, rituals, pillaged from the temples, universities, lodges, pyramids of Northeast and Northwest Africa. Contrary to the Masons' decree of being free, ancient, and accepted, Freemasonry as it is established today only recently began at the turn of the 18th century. Its first recorded meeting was held on June 24th, 1717, in London, England, in a tavern called the Goose and Gridiron, the social gathering of England's aristocrat, men of wealth and education, formulated the Masonic order out of boredom and tardies. They were the elites, haves separated from the have-nots, and believed they could make good men better. James Anderson, D.D., and the Reverend John the Sagulars, scientists, philosophers, and third Grand Master, centered the founding ritual upon what they knew of the Egyptian adept religions of Iris and Osiris. What was the mother of all the world's religion? The ancient Egyptian mystery system, the perfection of God in man, has been rearranged into the 3 degrees of masonry. Most of their structures, both building and constitution, were taken from the original African God-man, mainly Solomon and the building of his temple. Yet the lessons can reach as far back to when the leprous, pale-skinned people were first cast out of Mexam, the first true and divine name of Africa, and toe-lined into the Caucasus Mountains of Europe, to when Moses went to civilize them. Or in other rituals and forms, Mason will acknowledge other African masters of the same family, e.g. Abraham, Boaz, Baruch, David, Hezekiah, Joachim, Joseph, and Yehoshua. Although they may also draw some of their power from the Buddhists, their highest acquirement is to find the God they seek, whose Arabic name is Allah. The Encyclopedia Britannica describes Freemasonry as the world's largest secret society. Malcolm C. Duncan in Duncan's Masonic Rituals and Monitor, 3rd edition, 1929 to 1996, writes quite candidly to say, it is a fraternal order for free-born white men, sound of limb, not blind, deaf, or crippled, of age 21 or older, binding its initiates to one another and to the institution for life by death oaths. It is always good to know the heart of given subject. So let's examine the free, ancient, and accepted principles of Freemasonry. The Masonic coffin and Africa's acacia tree. In Freemasonry, the coffin is showcased as an emblem of mortality. The prefix mort always relates to death. The word mortality refers to human deaths on a massive scale, e.g. war, disease, catastrophes, or genocide. The Western African God-man who civilized Spain, Italy, Portugal for 800 years was the trusted keeper of ancient mystery system of God in man. His infinite wisdom is the true tools which build Solomon's temple. The lodges of Western Freemasonry use the coffin to conceal the murder of this Western African God-man. The sprig of the acacia, a tree indigenous to the continental Africa, is the Masonic tomb, now marking the grave of the first man formed in human flesh to indeed be African. An upright 5-pointed pentagram denotes Morocco as his exact West African jurisdiction. Morocco was the capital of the old Moorish Empire. Below are 4 of the coffins used by various orders of Western Freemasonry. They all bear the pentagram. Some stars are open and some closed, but all represent man. All coffins have a acacia sprig, but some also boldly display the murder weapon, the sentinel, used to render the final blow to Harem Habib. Others show the very shovel of the constitutional laws used to bury him in a northwestern shallow grave. Although dead, he was trained to walk around as Negro, black, and colored people, but never to realize himself as God. The feigned existence of Harim will never enable him to rise from the world's most secret massacre, who intact as one nation bearing one free national name. If these Western Masonic coffins could talk, each would say, "We are the same." Notice the Moorish pentagram. Some men marked our tombstones with Negro, black, or colored, others with African American. We are buried here to rest in pieces as property. These marks are truly slave names that were given to us as conquered West African nationals during the lawful times of slavery, 1779 to 1865. We bear but one free national name, Moorish American, but no one has heard us yet. Soon all coffins will talk. Then the earth will tremble from truth, but will rejoice and marvel from the divine life being returned to the dry bones which had been left to dry from perpetual mental deaths in the noonday sun. What about Masons? What about a Mason being free? Make no mistake about it. The institution of Western Freemasonry is an expression of freedom for certain males with pale skin, age 21, with sound mind and body. With African God-man temporarily entombed for a few centuries, the criminals fancied themselves safe to introduce to the world's Europe's versions of peace on earth and freedom to all men. The suffix free in Freemasonry is of great significance because it establishes the very status of the order and the intent of its members. Noble Ali taught the Moors, although you were born free, you will come to know that nothing is free until it is of itself, clean, pure, and unmixed. Be yourself, Moors. As water offer freedom for a fish to swim, as air offers freedom for birds to fly, like so, secrecy offers freedom for Masons to work and not be detected. When any living thing is free, it's due to the natural autonomy, which offers security and glory of their own prosperity. The history of European race shows their concept of freedom is acquired through conquest and where survival of the fittest is a superior law. When Europeans see others' cultures, be they human, beast, fowl, or the sea, living in their natural state of freedom, it is viewed as wild, uncivilized, barbaric, and primitive. This concept must be reviewed in light of the historical fact Europeans were the last people on earth to discover it was not flat, and arithmetic is not witchcraft. Is not witchcraft. Still, after nearly 6,000 years, they exalt their version of civilization as being more advanced than the primitives, as they remain in feigned search of global peace through the crosshairs of murder weapons. Actually, the free part of Freemasonry comes through medieval stonemasonry guilds. During that brief period of European history, a stonemason who had become a master mason and working for himself was free to travel in the land in practicing his trade without supervision. Therefore, a mason, having mastered his craft and now a cut above all others who are bound down to the profane worlds, would call himself free. As you read further in this chapter, it will prove the free in Western Freemasonry has absolutely nothing to do with those men of African descent. Noble Drew Ali gave the Moorish many holy instructions to being free. Among these commands, he ordered the Moorish Americans as a new nation of people, saying, "We as a clean and pure nation descended from the inhabitants of Africa, do not desire to amalgamate or marry into the families of the pale-skinned nations of Europe, neither serve their gods of their religion, because our forefathers are the true and divine founders of the first religious creed for the redemption and salvation of mankind on earth. Therefore, we are returning the church and Christianity back to the European nations, as it was prepared by their forefathers for their earthly salvation. While we, the Moorish Americans, are returning to Islam, which was founded by our forefathers for our earthly and divine salvation. See Appendix, Moorish Holy Quran 48, 6-8. The key here is the Holy Prophet was teaching a people yet to be realized as a nation. Only the subject burial delays this realization. The NBC males are denationalized nationalist men woven into the property of the constitutional laws of a declared people. This is why Freemasonry is forbidden to Negroes, blacks, colored, African American men, and other slaves, spoken on later in this chapter. Freedom has always been mysterious and unknown to the Negro. No Negro, black, or colored person has ever known freedom. How can anyone, Negro or other man-made beast, possibly be free while in want of their right minds? No one has ever searched for an unknown treasure for the simple reason they are no conscious of its value and existence. Excuse me. As all things must conform to its nature. True freedom is not in the psychic nature of a slave's, e.g., the NBC. It is for this reason alone the Negro, while dressed to the gills as a master mason, will never know the freedom found in the free national name of all other fraternal lodge brothers of the earth except him. The male NBC will be the very last to discover they have been made more animal, yet in the shell of man. See, in reality, what is a Negro? Chapter 2. As Moorish, the NBC, still suffering from mental slavery, have not actively sought their fourth principle, freedom, because they have never experienced freedom since being subjugated for 230 years under the iron hand Roman yoke and laws of the United States. By design, the NBC has never been free and therefore cannot fathom the wars of resistance other families, tribes, nations, and countries will fight to the last child to sustain their freedom. NBCs cannot see heritage, lineage, contributions, territory, flags, language, and principles which packages the national treasures of a people, because they have never had these things. Although Drew Ali said, I have brought you everything it takes to save a nation, now taking to save yourselves, they still will not pursue what is rightfully their own. Many have been fruitlessly trying to find ways to amalgamate their free national name of Moorish American into the being of the United States citizen. Being a United States citizen. Some way, somehow, maybe, perhaps, someday. No. How can any nation be free and independent while being oppressed and ruled by another nation? Moors must learn to love instead of hate in order to consciously evolve into being themselves, gods and at one with Allah. This is the one thing no one can help them do. They must do this by themselves, for themselves. Freedom is sought and obtained by the captured. Freedom is the final right of the wrongful imprisoned or enslaved. The sought and obtained by the captured. Freedom is the final right of the wrongfully imprisoned or enslaved. The Moorish must actively strive for their true freedom and stop praying for it to come from those who do not have it to give. No, the Masonic lodges and the United States do not have their freedom. If they did, it would be forbidden for them to return what they have contaminated after pillage. It was never in the Emancipation Proclamation of 1861 or the 13th Amendment of 1865. The true freedom of the Moorish lay dormant within their will, need, and desire. Indeed, this is what Noble Drew Ali meant when he told the Moors to lace up your own bootstraps. Meanwhile, the free in Freemasonry is also a sign of European parole from their Caucasus imprisonment away from civilized humanity. It should be remembered the only light of divinity and knowledge was centered in Kemet of Akabalan and other continents peopled by the original families with hue. Pale-skinned people of Europe were completely without any form of education, cultural sciences, and basic intellect until the advent of Moses, and later the Greeks called Alexander. That is to say, the word Mason esoterically means mass of sun, self-worshiping of the pale-skinned man unto himself. Masons reveal this as they refer to themselves as widow sons. The Masons, all women are widows because they can only sustain and deliver the sons of men. Hence, any man she either marries or conceives by ultimately must be her son and leave her widowed without a husband. They are therefore free, son of a widow, free from the womb man, the widow. Strange programming. But then again, Nimrod married his mother and is ceremonially remembered with an evergreen every December 25th. See the truth about Christmas. Once a Mason has proclaimed himself free, the next step is to state that he is also ancient. However, since all true Freemasons are of the pale skin persuasion, here again we find the word ancient has also been claim jumped and objurgated by the old African master. Islam.
Is Islam. That Dendronia Kurtabe, and I will continue. Ancient. I know my Moorish brothers who are faithful members of the Masonic Lodge of what's happening now will be pissed to the highest of persistity, but what on my green earth is an ancient Negro. Let's briefly examine a typical ancient Negro Mason of the Mystic Order of American Lodge in Yorktown, USA. First and foremost, take all the ancient NBC Masons and throw them out the nearest modern basement floor window. All Negroes have been made in the colonial USA, which is less than 250 years old. The African origin of the word ancient begins about 10,000 BC and works its way backward beyond Lemuria before the great earthquake. This brings to surface a reasonable question. Since all NBC are made in USA, then how ancient can a Negro Mason truly be? A common grade school student, if taught the truth, would know Black people cannot be a lawful day older than the history of the United States. I will address this frivolous issue more in depth later. As for Masons using the word ancient, it nearly always implies to their European roots in the Egyptian flower pot of Africa. Europeans themselves have not been civilized long enough to have an ancient history. At best, they can only trace their history to about 1500 BC. Anything they claim knowledge of prior to that date is purely prehistoric, meter orchestrated guesswork with a heavy accent and adjudicating their African lab technicians. Most Europeans will not acknowledge their true origin, so they place the beginning of their lives in the obscurity of primate parents and dark ages. The true essence of ancient time is the first consciousness to the harmony of universal law established by the torchbearers of civilization, being issued for the government of man on earth. These laws, created with the original man, were passed on with sacred care to their descendants who evolved into today's forefathers. This also includes all the sciences of geometry, astronomy, and holistic living, etc. To the original African godmen of the Nile, the word ancient translates to the eras of wisdom and to when we were gods. It began around 5000 BC and extends to the creation and fall of man. The hueless son of Europe were not even a thought or at best a good African experiment gone. Oops, damn. What that? Also, the word ancient usually implies the civilized period, people and times prior to European exodus and attempt socialization. Since the various pale-skinned nations of Europe have not been around long enough to develop an ancient history, they naturally contrive and fabricate various prehistoric ones rather than admit they originated by the dark-skinned African. His story will only admit being spun from a dark-haired daddy whose horses of trees. Due to the obscurity of parental origin, this birth period is classified as the Dark Ages. However, a Dark Age is actually a period of forbidden education of one people against another. Because Gog and Magog, the pale children, did not awaken in holistic harmony with the earth and universe, a warlike nature became a way of life. Within its 2,000 years, Europe had evil, medieval, middle evil, and current evil periods, while aggressively and foolishly seeking the principles of peace with a weapon. The hanging down of world rule postulate had been labeled through ritual and custom as creeds, religion, vine and fig trees, manhood, training, and bar mitzvahs, etc. Except for master masons who ultimately discovered this phenomenon and they're above the 32 degrees of seeking. Even then being a guide, they are sworn to secrecy and cannot tell upon the penalty of death. This gave rise to the phrase, they that know don't tell, and they that tell don't know. Actually, the only thing a master mason knows and don't tell is who is that buried in our shallow grave and the true / free identity of the so-called Negroes, Black, and colored people. Whoever coined this statement had obviously omitted Muslim completely, because they are the ones who are forbidden to argue, but know and will tell the truth. This corn earthbound remarks does not apply to Emmanuel, God and man, men of God, who still know today what Masons know not. Masonry base is mostly symbolic and speculative. It uses the symbol and tools of the laboring man as gestures, signs, and forms, not the laborer per se. In the beginning, there were no operative masons in the order. It was compiled of mostly England's social finest gentlemen of means who saw all others as polio down the narrow of their noses. The word others include their women, cripples, persons of hue, and lesser European males. About 5 years later, France, in elite competition, began its idea of Freemasonry, but British royalty considered it a rogue because it leans more so to the occultism. All of original and true Freemasonry is of highly restricted membership. In fact, one of the death oath of a true Mason is to swear he will never take part in the initiation of the clandestine Mason, parentheses, a black woman or cripple, a young man in his nonage, or an old man in his dotage, parentheses, feeble, senile, madman, or a fool. Even to this day, the junior deacon will ask the candidate of his qualification to gain admission to the lodge. His answer is by being a man, free man, white, and a full age. Naturally, so-called black Masons, not knowing their rectum from a hole in a fence, omits this freeborn and white portion of their lodge initiation, but be assured they know who's not included in their master plan. So what can an NBC Master Mason possibly do to initiate a true white Freemason to be accepted? As for being accepted, here again, one must see through the dual meaning of Masonic words. Masons use the word profane world when describing all non-Masons with no exception. Example given: wives, mothers, religions, associates, children, courts, laws, ethnic persuasions, and Yehoshua, etc. All of these make up the profane world of Freemasonry. The word profane derived from the Latin word profanus, meaning outside or excluded from the temple, to unclean, polluted, unholy, and completely unacceptable. Notice how Zach Profanus describes the entire constitutional man-made design of the so-called Negro. According to all Masonic pillars, everything and everybody in the world is profane, which has not been sworn and made Masonic. This leads to one master question: where on earth amongst all the nations of the human family has the NBC ever been accepted? With the truth in lending property, he told, there is not a nation on earth that will publicly admit knowing the Negro is even here. Hard to believe? Well, answer these questions. In the history of European occupied America, has any nations, countries, or tribes ever come to the aid of the NBC? Or which nation would stop the United States from an inevitable pogrom of her entire colored people inventory? And what is the likelihood of all fez-wearing lawyer? I can tell you I am the secret Black Mason and 14th Amendment Temple citizen with its sisters' auxiliary lodges and other Greek coconuts being saved from their ever-present plan of genocide for the sake of homeland security. Actually, in the event of pogrom of the Negro, our good Masons and preachers will lead them to no return. Parentheses, the King Alfred plan. There are many things that are held high upon the list of exclusive in the realm of Freemasonry. The most sacred of these exclusions is either you are accepted as a European (white) Mason, or you are a part of their Masonic profane world. Hence, Masons are free, ancient, and accepted. Thus, acceptance creates massive egotistical dosage of tunnel vision amongst Masons. Truly, this acceptance is strictly one Mason acceptance of another Mason Masonry unto themselves. After all, in the Masonic psyche, the rest of the world has been declared profane and unworthy of acceptance in Freemasonry. A true Mason would never accept any other being, be he or she human or mankind, as equal or above himself, bar none. The United States Constitution is the most famous written testimonial attesting to only Masons accepted. The foundation of this great document clearly distinguishes the only people, whole person, citizens, and other prosperities, mature male children, is European, (white) males are 21. Everybody else are Indians, not taxed. 3/5 of all the persons. His courts of law. Today, 225 years, 27 amendment later, Indians still own no within the securities of the United States to be taxed. The 3/5 clause declaring all Negroes, black, and colored people to be property and subject to the jurisdiction are still not citizens but persons owned by Congress. The European women, having been granted the privilege to vote in 1919 and spiritually allowed to own property with a limited voice in court, are in no way granted entry into any of the thousands of Masonic lodges, nor allowed the right of citizenry which are granted to her counterpart in the Constitution. As Noble Drew Ali told the Moors, since the rights of citizens are guaranteed in the Constitution of the United States, there is no need for the application of the 14th and 15th Amendment for the redemption of my people. Hence, the same principle is applicable to Susan B. Anthony, nearly 100-year-old woman suffrage movement, which ended with women approval to vote in 1919, 49 years after male ex-slaves. If the European woman were accepted as citizens in the Constitution, there should not have been a need for the application of the 19th Amendment, albeit as long as Masons uphold the new nation brought forth on the continent by their white males forefathers, everyone thereabout is profane, except not one nation our God has accepted the Moors since they have been made into NBC. The Masonic story of Hiram Abiah. Once during a time, there lived a king whose greatest desire was to build a temple for the solemn purpose of serving his Creator. The king's name was Solomon, and he was the wisest master builder, dedicated to the following the temple's blueprint designed by his grand architect. King Solomon summoned the most accomplished craftsmen in the civilized world, example given India, Persia, and China. The call was for the master of the order of Melchizedek from the sacred school of the Nazarite, after an African brother named Hiram Abiah, who was also a master of building tools, also answered this Nazarite call. There was one Hiram from the kingdom of Tyre, the capital of which was Sidon, in the village of Zephaniah, where he lived with his mother. One of Hiram's specialties was constructing pillars. The purpose of a pillar is to support that which is above with that which is below. Hiram's headdress, called the fez, depicted the mastery of his craft. Parenthesis, 1 Kings 7th chapter. The other biblical Hiram is from Tyre. Hiram of Biff became the master builder of King Solomon's temple in Jerusalem. One day, as Hiram, with his tools, was on his assigned route, 3 ruffians savagely attacked him. The 3 robbers, named Jubilo, Jubilah, and Jubilam, stole Hiram's tools and clothes. The 3 assailants were from the sun-cursed tribe and were after the secrets of King Solomon's temple and were beside themselves for not being invited to the building of the grand temple. Hiram of Biff stood naked before them, and after they saw he did not have the key to King Solomon's temple, the thieves knocked Hiram in his head with the setting maul, killing him at high noon. To hide their crime, the thieves, to hide their crime, the murdered buried Hiram in a shallow grave in the northern portion of the kingdom and concealed the grave with an evergreen plant on top of it. A search party of Hiram's fellow craftsmen came in need of their master builder. When the 3 Jubies were questioned whether they had seen Hiram on the straightway, they each denied any knowledge of him, but were beheaded. They continued their search in south, east, and west, but his body finally found in the north after 4 long days, 400 years. All the king's men could not lift the son of a widower from the grave intact. Only the king would know the right grip to raise Hiram of Biff from the grave. And so it came to pass in 1913 AD, the year Noble Ali returned the ancient Egyptian mystery teaching to the fallen sons and daughters of North America. All Freemasons vowed by a series death oath to be brutally manipulated prior to his death before he would dare reveal the truth about Hiram, the widow's son. These vows of secrecy are behind every major and minor setback of racism, Jim Crow, racial profiling, and judicial abuse that has sustained both physical and mental enslavement of Africans in the European history in the Americas. These oaths are as serious as open chemical warfare and should not be taken lightly by anyone, especially the victim. The true story of Hiram of Biff, the widow's son, is the reenactment of the entombment of the African family, hereby called Moors for ancestral and legal purposes. This is the world's greatest secret, kept from the human family since Yehoshua was kept in India and Egypt for 18 years. This same African God-man can be seen today as he lay in state under the word person in the 14th Amendment of the United States Constitution. Every president must swear under oath to keep the murder hidden and the body of the new African nation buried. So help me God. Religion plus slavery equal Freemasonry. In the beginning, 1460 to 1492 through 1555 to 1619, the enslavement of the Moors was a religious issue. It was supported by the Jews and their Torah, enforced by the Muslims with their Quran, and all entities under the cross, from the Roman Catholic popes, Vatican, to the Christian churches of Europe. King James I solicited the literary expertise of Shakespeare, so his version of the Bible would endorse slavery as an act ordained by God. As for the business of these three great religions, the Muslims supplied Africans for the slave trade. The Jews taxed their interest earned on their investment ships and shackle franchises, and the Christians used the chattel for free labor and made products for raw and finished let me read that again. And for free labor and main producers for raw and finished product, which profit went back to the church, synagogues, and mosques. This marked the beginning of today's economical development on a global scale. From 1619 to 1774, the inhumane and barbaric genocide of the African Moors reached an unprecedented proportion. In 300 years, nearly 400 million indigenous citizens of Northwest and Southwest Africa was kidnapped, enslaved, or had otherwise suffered unresolved disruption of the genealogy of their family. Certainly around the time of the Revolutionary War, the church virtually had no more use or need for Judaism, nor their Islamic connection with Islamic connection with Hiram, the Masonic code, name for whose body now lay in their northwestern grave. Africa became the widow when her son no longer remembered her husband. These three religions, unplanned by them, became fathers for the Freemasons' notorious Jubilah, and Jubileum. These three referees will be explained in detail later in this chapter. As the world traders began to frequent their imports and exports to the African and the slave-breaking islands, the sin and shameless transatlantic crimes of chattel slavery became popular and accepted as the Christian thing to do. The carriers of the Holy Quran, the Torah of the Catholic Bible, put them behind their backs and infringed innocence. The Christian denomination of Europe and their newly discovered American held steadfast to the dictates of King James, namely England, France, and the colonies. Remember England and France. Everything, everyone, and every place under the sign of the cross was subject to the jurisdiction of the church as the year 17 AD was turned. All other outside of the church were classified as heathen, rebels, or profane. There's that word, profane. However, the gap between the Roman Catholic Holy Mary, Mother of God, and her Protestant Son and Savior, Yahushua Christ, grew into wars from Ireland to Boston, Massachusetts. The economical spoils from the Moor slaves became an institution. It was here, in the midst of the bull market of slavery, back world religion Freemasonry got its start, beginning to corrupt between the rich and the church. Even the peasants, criminals, and social rejects of Europe were willing to sell themselves into indentured slavery, knowing in 7 to 9 years they could then join their brothers in a nice economical drink of milk and honey from the skulls of Africa. It was obvious the institution and booming business of chattel slavery must come under rule of a government to be sustained. The churches of Europe were being divided over the control of their colonies across the Atlantic. Royalties were bountiful and greedy aristocrats were multiplying and becoming stronger. The words abolishment of slavery were not to be considered, but the big three religions were beginning to publicly wash their hands in friends innocent. However, the tug of war between church and state over escalated slavery had begun. Higher taxes and interest rates were imposed. The final escalation of slavery was with the decrease of all hired, indentured temporary service in transition for the preferred permanent African slave. The old Christian heathens law had now been reinstituted to isolate the African slaves from all others, based solely on the color of his skin. See religion. From this historical perspective, the Christian and Catholic churches actually became the founding fathers of racial discrimination, the infamous skin game as it is known today. These were the props and backdrops for the English Bulgaria's elite, who traced their wealth from nearly 2,000 years of plundering sciences, religion, mathematics, astronomy, etc. from Africa. These celebrated talks of stealing Moorish knowledge was commonplace in private pubs, clubs, and taverns. Islam. I will now turn the next reading over to our National Grand Secretary of State, Dr. Hasef Tukumkamen Bey. Islam.
Islam. First of all, I want to rise, giving all praises to our Father God Allah, giving honor to our Prophet, Noble Jurah Ali, the last prophet in these days and times, giving honor to our E.A.R.S class, to all of our Moors that open according to law, also to our host instructor. Islam, the widow's son. The Avatar, Noble Jurah Ali, pulled all the secret coverings off this infamous son. The widow's son is a myth made from the minds of Western Freemasonry and cloaked in secrecy. As most lies originated from some degree of truth, or as most jokes are founded upon realities in life, like so nearly all the European Masonic rituals, signs, tools, and symbols are diluted reflections of Africa's originations. The so-called widow's son is no exception to these fundamental human principles. In European Masonry, the widow's son is descriptive of the West African god-man whose code name is Hieratic. Example given, Hieratic, the widow's son. Generally, code names are used by secret societies, government officials, military intelligence, and other worldly thinkers to conceal true identities of operations and agents. Code names are nom de plumes trickled down to the hoi polloi and used as nicknames, alias, aka, and stage names. No matter the social level, deceptive or false identifications are used to hide the correct and proper person, place, or thing. Hieratic, the widow's son, originated from the same European minds which created the names Negro, blacks, and colored people. The 3/5 clause, blue-eyed Jesus, trust in the legal tender of man-made gods, formed in the bust of past presidents, and of course, America's first sheeted terrorist, the Ku Klux Klan. Other Masonic offerings include Santa Claus, Humpty Dumpty, U.S. presidents, and the corporate United States of America. The average John and Jane Doe citizen would probably croak from shock if they knew all the illusionist contributions to society which were created or promoted in the lodges of Western Freemasonry. Now, the table has been set for learning the truth about the widow's son. The life of any widow begins with the death of her husband, and she has not remarried. A widow is a respected but unprotected woman. An unprotected woman is a first alert denoting the fall of a nation. See Chapter 12, The Atrocities of the Single Mom. Symbolically, the widow is a code word descriptive of a nation in adversity who cannot defend itself or prosper because its government and power has become substandard. Most churches and secret societies collect donations called widow's mite to help women who have been widowed. The laws of marriage bond had raised her from female to woman to support the high station of wife. From there, she was raised to motherhood because she alone can create a God in 9 months without the sound of hammer or nail. Allegedly, Hiram Abiff, the widow's son, prosperity has now been compromised with the death of his father. Secretly, her son's code name is Hiram Abiff, but publicly his shallow grave have been clearly marked and accepted as the misnomered Negro, Black, and colored people. Now, if the reader can imagine the widow as a Mexian, Africa, and her son, the God-man of the Nile, then you can see why the furthest thing from Willie Lynch's oops, a European Mason's mind is the possibility of Hiram Abiff being raised from his constitutional shallow grave, whole and intact, as one nation bearing one free national name. There is no such thing as a perfect or unpunished crime. This holds especially true for the great crime of denationalized slavery and global cover-up of the West African nationals. There is only one major problem with this seemingly mystical and unsolved crime of this cycle age. The nations of Europe have not taken into account the divine order of things. Hence, the great God of their forefathers and the major prophets who will always be sent to make the last first again. Then quietly, after 48 years of extended slavery, enters the Savior, Noble Drew Ali, in 1913 with the resurrection of the first Grand Temple in the West. Then the sleeping giant learned. There can be no widow while Allah is the husbandman. What did Noble Drew Ali teach the Moors about the widow's son? The first thing Prophet Noble Drew Ali taught the Moors is actually the very last thing a Mason earns the privilege to know. Who made you? Answer, Allah. Parentheses, the great God. Man is a thought of Allah. All thoughts of Allah are infinite. They are not measured up by time. Man himself is not the body nor the soul. He is a spirit and a part of Allah. So spirit man, as seed of Allah, held deep within himself the attributes of every part of Allah. Now seeds are perfect, yea, as perfect as the source from which they come. But they are not unfolded into life made manifest. The child is as perfect as the mother is. So man, the seed, must be deeply planted in a soil that he might grow, unfold, as does the bud unfold to show the flower. The human seed that came forth from the heart of Allah was full ordained to be the Lord of the plane of soul and of the plane of things made manifest. So Allah, the husbandman of everything that is, threw forth this human seed into the soil of soul. It grew apace, and man became a living soul, and he became the Lord of all the kingdom of the soul. The science in this lesson to Moorish children is, there can be no widow because Allah, the great God of the universe, is the husbandman. The soil of soul, with her actions of thinking, willing, reasoning, understanding, and remembrance, is the mother within which Allah planted his spirit seed. The word man means thinker. Man rises by the elevated degrees of what he thinks. His ladder of salvation has 3 steps: belief, faith, and fruition. Moorish Holy Quran 7:25 through 31. The more rapid his thoughts, the more like unto himself as God he becomes. His thought must be developed by the exercise of strength. Man cannot die. The spirit man is one with Allah and lives. Man cannot die. While the West African slave trade will forever be a historical fact, the untold truth is the inhabitants of the African continent has never been without the omnipresence of the great universal creator. In other words, as long as the law lives, man nor the mother that nourished him can never die. The African continent has always been the mother of the human family. All nations are her daughters, especially those from her northwestern and southwestern shores, who carnal mankind knocked in the head of wisdom and buried in the west. These gods manifested in Africa became known in the West as the rejected cornerstone. Nevertheless, because the MBC is the most redundant of all people, does not interpret into they have been orphaned or their God-man has been widowed. No, not as long as he is a spirit and a part of the divine order. Later in this chapter, the reader will come to know that no Negro Mason is free, ancient, or accepted. It does not take much brain power to figure if any man no longer has the power to protect his women, rule over his children, or free national standards for his family, cannot be measured on the scales of true men. How can such a being be a Mason or mastermind when he has nothing to claim of his own? The MBC males are simply not a source of freedom because they do not know the truth of self or God. Sadly, they also do not know the only real secret in all the world of Western Freemasonry is really they themselves, their free national identity and proper status. Notice, Walt Spurlong Morris, the old Masonic chart, copyrighted 1870. Notice, buried under the evergreen tree beneath the foundation of all Freemasonry in the United States, lay the sealed coffin bearing the five-pointed open star of the West African Moorish. The openness of the star represents the boundlessness of perfected man, God in man. A true modification of this coffin of Moorish peoples is told symbolically in the President George Washington's fabled chopping down the cherry tree. This denationalization under the first U.S. presidency is vividly brought to light on the front cover of this book, Noble Drew Ali, Exhuming of a Nation. Jubilo, Jubilah, and Jubilum. The symbolic names of Jubilo, Jubilah, and Jubilum shelter the shame and identities of the assassins of Hiram Abiff, the widow's son. Do not be fooled by the harmonic sounds of the names. The seemingly nursery rhyme effect has about the same stage meaning as sheep clothing on a wolf. Jujubes are covert code names and are not accidental. They are designed to show they are different chords of the same instrument. Don't let the sounds of the triple names fool you. The prefix jubi always precedes a celebrated occasion. Example given, jubilation, jubilee, jubilant, etc. Like Larry, Moe, and Curly, the three Jubies are as slap happy as any life terminators that ever came out of Europe. These are murderers and assistant murderers in the first, second, and third utmost evil degrees. Understanding should always overrule compassion when creatures act according to their nature. Therefore, it should best to understand Jubilo, Jubilah, and Jubilum did not murder Hiram because they hated Africans, but because they are Europeans. Hiram, the African god-man, was an Egyptian Adept master and represented the founder of the first monotheistic religious creed. This faith and its sacred rituals of initiation were popularized by Akhenaten, the first Muslim pharaoh of Egypt. Muslim is one who submits his will to the will of the great God. Prophet Muhammad perfected, translated the creed into his native Arabic language, and called it Islam. American slaves, forbidden to pray to the God of their forefathers or to practice Islam called it the old-time religion. These slaves placed their hopes for the African religion of Islam into many of the songs and prayers of the Christian religion that was forced upon them during the time of slavery. Conformity to the European King James religion of Christianity could offer the only rare sources of discriminatory mercy from the daily, non-stop terrors of slavery, from their African hopes of relief, strained through the institutionalization of the fear of God, came acceptable songs reflective of oppression. These songs served a twofold purpose. One, made the existence of slavery acceptable, and two, gave the ether of assurance to the slave masters of their chattels' complacency and acceptance to their status of servitude. Field songs by slaves deriving from these conditions would later give rise to gospels, blues, jazz, ragtime, R&B, soul music, gangster rap, hip-hop, and a host of other Black musics. Albeit any song created from the dehumanizing institutions of mental slavery can only be slave songs and can never be equated with songs of freedom. Nevertheless, the field songs became known as Negro spirituals, hymns, and gospels, and are sung to this day. They are easily recognized because they all depict suffrage and tolerance under, quote-unquote, the cross, until the returning of the times when they were or will be greater. To this day, nearly all NBC Christians sing these songs that are always praying for something better than the Christianity they have had forced upon them since the great African conquest. Few ever realized the essence of their own freedom was placed into these songs by the wisdom of enslaved forefathers from Africa. For example, give me that old-time religion. Swing low, sweet chariot. Steal away. Nobody knows the troubles I've seen. When Israel was in Egypt's land, we are climbing Jacob's ladder before the cross. Couldn't hear nobody pray. He's got the whole world in his hands. Hiram, with the knowledge, parentheses, tools of his God in his hand, parentheses, mind, was able to civilize and feed the world. Because of Hiram's wisdom, the religions of India, China, Japan, North, Central, and South America, and Australia all have the same monotheistic core and spiritual prayers. See Third Eye. However, Jubilo, Jubilah, and Jubilam had gained the trust of Solomon and were workers in the grand temple in process of building perfection. Still, this infiltration of Gog and Magog would be at a terrible cost to man. Hiram always kept his hand in God's hand, and with the spread of Islam across Africa, it was the Moors who held steadfast to the Egyptian Adept order. This higher level of the science of God and man is called Sufi Islam or Sufism, where the worshiper recognizes himself as the East in addition to Jerusalem and Mecca. This natural worship has classified the Moors as accepting Islam as early as drinking water, and they were worshiping Allah when Adam was between water and clay. The true God of the Moors was always kept in his heart, parentheses, head. Noble Drew Ali retaught this lesson to the Moors with a question and answer. Where is the nearest place to meet him, Allah? Answer, in the heart. Today, the NBC look for gods everywhere but within. If they could only see themselves praying for bread with a loaf of wonder under their arms. Needful to say, this kept the Moors independently to themselves and their God, while still accepting Islam as propagated by the Holy Quran. Yet, because they refused to become Turkish or Arabian nationals, they became despised during the rise of the Ottoman Empire. After conquering and civilizing Spain, Italy, and portions of Greece for over 800 years, the Muslims and Jews turned against them. It must be remembered Solomon's temple was the continuous building of the one universal religious creed brought by all the prophets. Each major and minor prophet were angels, and brought their perfectly cut stone of divinity to add to the grand temple of Allah for man. However, Jubilo, Jubilah, and Jubilum represented the rubbish of congregational (middleman) religions, changes made by the disciples, scholars, and doctors of the law left by their prophets. This rubble is the needless religious dogma filled with pie-in-the-sky rituals, persona, and images that give emotional pacification in place of salvation. Considering the fact Yehoshua, Buddha, Confucius, Moses, David, Abraham, Noah, Adam, etc., all taught each man was born with his own God-given soul, mind, and the divine mind, God's hand. Rubble is the ungainly handiwork of men, fashioned in the resemblance of wisdom. David said, "Look to the hills." Jurali said, "If man must find his God, he must look within." No prophet has ever named a religion after himself. The Moors of Africa and the Gurus of India were of the few holders of the light. The teachings of Moses, Jews, were not the same as first brought. Neither were the teachings of Ibrahim, Yehoshua, or Muhammad left pure and uncontaminated by the northerners, although the Holy Quran is kept intact. Woven by centuries of European mixings, the Muslims and Jews joined with the Christians, 1492, Spain, King Ferdinand and Queen Isabella, to defeat the Moors, put out their light, contribution to civilization. This was the religious beginning of Jubilo, Jubilah, and Jubilum. Hence, this is the true purpose and European foundation of Freemasonry. Slavery was nothing new to any of these three religions. The enslavement of their enemies or their betrayed brothers was habitually normal and an acceptable consequence. Hence, the enslavement of the African began its 400-year journey by those that held the Torah, the Quran, and the Bible in their hands. Islam. So at this time, we want to turn the meeting back into the hands of our host instructor, our National Assistant Grand Sheikh of Moorish America, Dr. Shedu Amenti El Mohedjed Shepsuel. Islam.
Islamism. Can you hear me, Grand National Secretary of the State?
Yes, sir. Loud and clear.
Gratitude. Islamism without the schism. Grand reading, you know, which is the most powerful reading. And it's a reason why we came forth with that special reading, you know, and we give honors to our chairman for a magnanimous job on letting our people know who the African God man, code name Hiram Abiff, really is. And we understand that that African God man symbolically and esoterically represent, you know, an expression on 3 degrees of unfoldment, mentally, physically, and spiritually. And we can see, you know, that when it comes to the mental aspect, you see how it relates to what happened to our people. We know man himself is the truth and Allah is the truth. So if we deal with the code name Hiram Abiff being placed on the man who was originally the truth, you know, it would have to do with one being hit in the head with that setting ball at high noon, you know, and this literally happened as a result of dealing with those who were supposed to be even our brothers, you know, who betrayed us, so to speak. So there was a mental measure that deal with mental slavery, you know, the murdering of the original thought pattern of, you know, man being one with his creator, one with God. You know, that is special drawing being taken from us. In fact, you know, the term used in ancient Kemet is Heru Ami Abu. And Heru Ami Abu, you know, is basically the root from whence this Hiram Abiff concept sprang, because Heru Ami Abu means, again, Heru Ami Abu means the dweller of hearts. And so we are asked the question in our 101s, where's the nearest place we can meet him? Speaking of our God, the great God, Allah. And the answer was in the heart. So during that particular time where love had been removed from us, the consciousness of us being the love thought made manifest had been removed from us, and therefore we become the antithesis, hate filled, and all of this when it comes to dealing with each other. This is where the master builder, so to speak, was slain. Remember, hit in the head. The consciousness of love and divinity had been knocked out of us. Our senses of being a love thought of the creator made manifest. So this is the murder of Hiram Abiff in relation to dealing with what we call today mental slavery, that has been plaguing us ever since that special murder. This is dealing with the mental aspect now, the truth being taken from us. So it took Prophet Noble Drew Ali to work from the plain soul and pull the cover off of all of that which was held in secrecy. You see, working as a tool of the grand architect of the universe to build this new nation, i.e. this Moorish American nation. Because when we get into these Jubies or these ruffians who took part in taking, we talking about France, Great Britain, the United States, all utilizing principles and also co-conspirators, that were of the Abrahamic faith, even sellouts. Judaism, we had some that were claiming that they were Muslims of Islam, and we had those who were claiming that they were Christians, so to speak. And we know they was Christianized. So, these Jubies were on the manifest, religiously working beside those who were politically driven, to bury us. So this has been at all levels. And there have been many deaths that have been brought forth to slay this God man over and over again. It happened to be a measure that took place at the door of no return in the car where our ancestors were first brought over here, and we see the co-conspirator with those who claim that they were Muslims. We know that this was the Al-Bidan and not the Hieratic. The Al-Bidan are so-called white Moors that a lot of our people have no knowledge of, cloaked under the secrecy of the name Moor. And therefore, when someone reads the material, they begin to think that it was us, who had something to do with us being brought in bondage. Now, we don't deny that there were some that looked like us that were also cutthroat in betrayal as well. But we are saying the ones that were heading the movement, of this drawing came from, those who were claiming they were us, but not us. They took our name. And this is why we are often being blamed for our own enslavement. A crafty and most cunning way. And it's the same thing they have done with the truth. They so cold-blooded with it, Moorish kin, to where they take the truth. And this is where I'm coming from now. The truth in and of itself is also symbolic to Hiram Abiff. So they have cloaked even the language under what comes from the ancestors and reverse engineered it to keep our people blind. They use the symbols, which are known as sacred carvings, sacred engravings, because that's what hieroglyphs mean. You don't engrave anything on papyri. You don't carve anything into papyri. You engrave and you carve into stone. You see? And so they took, the pictorial logograms and actually hid the true language, which is hieratic, under the reverse engineered pseudoglyphs that they produced and put on papyri long after the ancient Egyptians who engraved in the stone were gone. And this is why it's so hard for our people to comprehend the actual language, the Medu and Kemet, because they slayed the master builder, i.e. the language. They extracted that from the consciousness. They used the sedmol of deception to knock the senses out of those, who would come forth. But it was us who had become raised whole and intact by our holy prophet Noble Ali, the Egyptian adept master, the Hierophant. Yes, sir. The Hierophant that is within each and every one of us. And so it is we stand now, and the Hieratic has now been raised from a so-called dead language to a living expression. Praise be to the great God Allah. So on all levels, harm has been slain. When it comes to our nationality and divine creed, these two were taken from us. We was hit in the head with that sedmol, so that we would no longer remember, what our nationality and our divine creed is. So on every level, harm has been slain, mentally, physically, and spiritually. You see? And this comes all the way up into our literature. So we are here now to raise our people back into the consciousness of their own divinity, family. Raise our people back into the consciousness of what is theirs. Masterminds are able to take themselves back and trace themselves back, circumnavigate themselves back, and thus they know. So, the same way that they cloaked the murder of Hiram in secrecy is the same way they've cloaked, their killing of the true language of our ancestors in secrecy. So we here to expose that, and we're going to take the cover off all secrets. So what we're going to do, is go into our particular drawing that we have, and this is Mathenos lesson number 7. So after this, we'll be going into the demotic, so we'll be putting the capstone on this special sequence of our lessons. Go back to lesson 1 and come all the way back up to lesson 7, at your own time and your leisure, so to speak, and then you will be able to see the burial. We have put these things out here in detail. The source material is also included in a lot of these measures so that ones will have clarity. We know that there are those who are running a rat race, so to speak, now that we have started to teach at this particular level. They are here now trying to deal with their measure of reverse engineering again, to try to bury the truth as we uncover the truth when it comes to this language, you see. And so we give honors to all of our scribes, because it's been a long time coming. Now we are dealing with the language, and this is what we will be doing henceforth, mostly dealing with the papyri. All you have to do is go back through the history of these lessons, and there are plenty of blessings, that will show you how it is that we have come along the way. So this will be pretty much open in session as we go into this drawing, and we will be revisiting certain measures. We're going to touch on a few things here, and we just say praise be to the great God Allah, honors to our holy prophet, honors to the ancestors. We are the return of the ancient ones. We are the ones whom we await. So Hiram has been exhumed, you see, on the mental level, the physical, and the spiritual level. Heru Ami Abu, the dweller of hearts. So we just say gratitude, family. Ankwa Jet life, health, and prosperity be upon you all. And let me get to sharing this special screen so we can get into this special drawing. Y'all already know we got our tools up here, and we'll be touching on a few things. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna hit entire screen. That way I'm sharing it for everything. Let me open it all the way up. Make sure our family can see that. And let us move forward. And as you've seen in our last drawing, again, not to have to reiterate, by going into this, we see most definitely the order of operation that has been established with this papyri. It wasn't proper, so it's a lot of work that we are going to have to do to undo what has been done, so to speak. So we will be going through, this particular papyri, because it's said to be the oldest papyri in the world, even though they date a lot of the information back to what is known as the 12th dynasty. The papyri of Prissy, is said to go back and be much older than that, if you know the history behind it, even though they put it in that category. They just can't pinpoint exactly what it is, but they do call it the oldest book in the world. It's supposed to be the oldest, extant text that has been produced, but we don't really go into the carbon dating and of the European and put our trust solely in that. In fact, our brother Mustafa Gadala, goes back to say that some of these texts go back to 10,000 and 8,000 years old, which the European like to say 4,500 years old, 47 or 46. These are the dates that they give, which are a few hundred years off from each other for this special text. We know that one of the oldest texts also mentioned is the Diary of Maria, which deal with the actual building of the pyramids, which is supposed to be around the same time that this particular papyri was unfolding. The Diary of Maria is also known as the Red Sea Scroll. It's almost like a play on the concept of Dead Sea, but it is said that this demonstration, the papyri of Jarf, it is actually Wad al Jarf. They said it is found along the area of the Red Sea, and so it received that special name. And so you have to go through even looking at the burial of these particular papyri under names of the replacement of the European, in order to find the true hieratic papyri, because when you look it up under, the papyri of Tahotep, you won't necessarily find it like that. You had to go up under the actual name that they named it after, which was a European. That's a burial. By the very virtue of these papyri being named after the person who find them, that in and of itself is a covering of the truth, because you have to go again to the name of the individual to find these things. So we as Scribes have come a long way, and I want to just look at this document right here. This is a papyri of Prissy, and this is dealing with different lines in the papyri, so to speak. And I would like to just, and this, we just freestyling right now because we are still learning as we are teaching as well. But I can see a lot here in these lines, that gives us some drawing, so to speak, which we're going to be working with them anyway. And I can see, for example, this is E.A.R.S. This is a determinative, as they like to call them. We call them indicators. So E.A.R.S. and this is Merk. And I want to say that looks like a T. But and this is Merk at Ise, and this is looks like a M, I want to say. Actually, it looks like a M and an R. But going through this special drawing, right, the more that we do this and exercise, like I tell our family all the time, we can go letter for letter, and we can go through these special drawings and find out exactly, what it is that's being demonstrated here. You know, and I want to go into the process again of showing our family as we go through this, you know, what we have found. And we'll go letter by letter and word by word to do this here. What I want to do, though, I want to get my scribes real quick, a volunteer, so to speak. And I would like to ask them, you know, whoever, whichever our scribes that come forth, using your eye, let me blow it up a little bit. I would ask, I'm going to point my cursor to a thing, right? And I want to ask you, is this a letter, an alphabet, right? Or is it an indicator? You know, and I'm going to point to certain measures in here. For example, we already said that this right here is an indicator, right? What is this? Can you recognize it, scribes? And don't be afraid to have your Hieratic master key up there too, because it's helpful. Can you hear me? Islam Grand Secretary of the State.
Would that be a KA?
Talking about this one right here?
The one, yeah, first
Talking
line.
about K
Yeah.
here, K here, and an A?
Yeah, and then no. The thing sticking up after that K, yeah, that one right there.
Okay, a KA?
K and then that A right behind it.
Oh,
K,
KA right
A,
here.
yeah.
Oh, this is a K and an A.
Uh-huh.
Okay, do you have the chart here
Yes.
in reference to it? Okay, can you share it? Because I thought it might have been a T, but you may be right. Oh,
See, I'm looking at the Unicode N29. Beside that thing, maybe I'm reading it wrong.
no, you may be right. Let's go. Let me let you share. I'm gonna stop sharing my screen and you go ahead.
Oh no, I didn't have that part. No, I have it written. I mean, I printed it out.
Oh, you don't have it. Oh, you don't have it on your where you can share it.
Mm-mm.
I know what you may be able to do too, Grand Secretary of State. While we move forward, you can actually probably take a picture of it on your phone and then send it to your email.
Let me see.
But I also can do something too, real quick. While you do that, let me see here. I'm gonna pull something up. Let's see. Give me 1 second.
What about your key?
That's what I'm getting ready to pull up right now. Yep.
Yeah.
I'm gonna pull that up, but I'm also pull up some transliteration because we had that particular drawing in there. Let me see here. Give me 1 second. Islamism without the schism. Okay, here we go. Here, come here. Where you at? Okay, I gotta go to documents. Okay, that's the only one that I didn't put up there and have up there next to my little thing. You meant to do it too. Okay, let's see here. T. Okay, yeah. Okay. Let's see. Okay, we almost there. Okay, here we go, right here. Okay, we got our Hieratic master key open up.
I did send it to you via text. That was the quickest way for me.
No, you did? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I see it come up. I can probably share it. Let's see here. Let's see. All right. 1 second here. Let's see. Okay, tribe of endurance. Okay, yeah, this is coming from our book. Let's see. Okay, we see the K.
Yeah, and you see how it looks like almost like that little rectangle on top of maybe the N.
Are you speaking of N29?
Yeah, N29, right.
Yeah, that would be a little different. It looks similar. Yeah, but it's a little different from that particular. And I see exactly where you was going with that.
Okay.
And praise be to Allah. What I'm gonna do, I'm trying to pull up the measure here for us.
See, because Dr. Shahid, like that one, that N29, and also the V31 under the Hieratic, one of them looks like an upside down golf club, and that other one looked like that Hieratic letter that you were showing. That's why I went that way.
Right. And I'm gonna pull up the actual letter of the one, because if you go and look, the way they had that shaded in is normally not shaded in. It looked more like a top hat, which is a
Okay.
Q and a K sound, so to speak. You know, and so it's different from the one that we are looking at.
Okay.
And, I'm gonna show it to you in a second here. I'm just trying to pull it up in my tools, and it's actually in another area here. So I want to pull up the actual line, and we're gonna pull up the chart that deals with what they reverse engineered first, and we'll show you the line and show you exactly what it is. But some of these symbols and signs, based upon who created the chart,
right,
you know, they put it in there under a certain measure, and some of these people didn't really have knowledge of each other. You know what I mean? So they was just doing what came to them. So let me see here.
And then I was also thinking about the Aku tool, how, you know, like when Bati Bey had done his presentation and going back around the 12th dynasty and what various letters in Hieratic may come up.
Right. And I'm trying to pull this this document up real quick.
I pulled that quiz right to myself, didn't I?
But that alphabet, that letter he was pointing to, I don't see that. Now, one part of it do look like an A, but that little long line with the little thing sticking up, I don't see that as part of the original alphabet.
It's not, and that's why I was saying it. But it's more of an indicator, but it still goes into. It has a expression, you know, because the indicators represent people, places, and things.
Right.
You know what I mean? And so that's what we're getting at. And I'm actually trying to pull this up so I can show it to you in a second here.
Okay.
I'm just trying to pull the line up because I didn't create, so to speak, it on PDF. This is like just coming straight off of the head, so to speak.
Oh, okay, yeah. So, because would you say that would be, that whole thing would be an indicator? Because like I said,
that's what I'm saying. That's why I was pointing out. That's why I asked when you seen it. You know, did it look to you as an indicator of what? That was my question.
Right.
But it has a particular expression of what the indicator is.
Yes. Okay. Gotcha.
You see, by word, you know, because the word is what is expressed through the indicator.
Right. Right.
You know, just like, for example, we know the indicator for Kemet. You see what I'm saying? The biliterals and the triliterals.
Mm-hmm.
So let me pull this up. I'm trying to find the line right now.
Okay.
And we'll get to the essence of it. I'm trying to find the line that it is, because you know it's not in the order that it should be.
Right.
Already, you already know that. I'm just looking for the line. I think I just found it too. Just give me a second right here. Yep, I think I found it. Let's see here. I'm gonna have to turn this thing. I'm gonna have to turn this document because it is not the right way. Let's see. I'm gonna turn it. I'm gonna rotate this document. Okay. Okay, there it is right there. Okay, let me make sure that this is the actual line, because I gotta check it line for line, word for word. And it is the T that I'm looking at, and you'll see what it is. Let's see here. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I got to go and pull this up. I got to pull this up in Aku. Just give me a second here. I'm pulling up the graphene. That way it'll already be up when I put it up here. And oh man, why they got this thing and they done put it in another language? Go ahead, Goddess and Queen.
So also, by being an indicator, we don't necessarily have to deal with the transliteration.
No. It's always a separator of the word. And I'm glad that you mentioned that, because that's exactly what we're talking about. And that's what we wanted to point out. You know, I was going to go, and I'm going to continue to go line by line to point out the different indicators so you can see the word in between. Because once you understand what the indicators are, you really don't need to even go into this. But it's okay, because the indicators also have an expression on what is being said to a certain degree. It can give you an idea. But you already have the word before you get to the indicator from the regular alphabets. You see? And that's what we're trying to show our family. If it's not a part of the original alphabet chart, you know, it's basically a representation of people, places, or things, so to speak, you know, in the way that they would try to do it determinative wise. But we really don't have to go into that and address that in the hieratic, you know, because we know they created that particular drawing a system. Or, you know, maybe being that it is hieratic, that in our particular rule in this era and time, we could put it there, but it wouldn't be a factor, you know, of always trying to identify them. It's really just recognizing where a word is separated at. You see what I'm saying? If we wanted to, we could do that though. If we wanted to and say, all right, well, let's go ahead and put that in between, you know, but that would be up to our discretion at another time period, so to speak. But it's not necessary, most definitely. So I'm trying to find this little thing here. I don't want to say they be trying to call this a drill bit, if I ain't mistaken. Let me find it. Where it's at. I even seen some of them call it a torch. Where you at? I'm taking my time. Okay. Okay. Not that one. Not that one. Wait a minute. I think I might have. No, not that one. Okay, let me I'm gonna go ahead and share the screen right now. I'm gonna show you what it is. Okay. Because I'm over here in Aku. So let me do this here. I'm gonna share my entire screen again. Okay, here we go. Okay, and y'all see me in Aku right now, Moors?
Yes, sir.
Okay, gratitude. Okay. That ain't it right there. It looks similar to it. Okay, so let me go back. You know what? I'm gonna do this here too because I might find it quicker here. Because I wanted to use this to show y'all too how to deal with Slay.
Right.
They normally have it. You know, we can go through Slay from the top and find a lot of things, but they actually have everything in alphabetical order when you come to the bottom of the document.
Okay.
And I can use this as a teachable moment as well. So let me see this here. I just want to get to the area because they actually have everything in alphabetical order. Once you get to the bottom of the screen, I mean, according to the Unicode, when I say alphabetical order.
Oh, okay. Thank you for that clarity.
Okay, let's see. Let's see, is this the first one? Okay, not that one. That's dealing with the strokes here. Because when you look through the strokes, it's hard to kind of find everything by looking at them. Let me see, D. Okay, yeah, this is it right here. It does start from this area here in the Unicode. Okay, I went too far up then. Too far up. Okay, I'm too far up here. I want to deal specifically with the sign list. Let me see. Okay, that's the ENG. Okay, that's it there. That's the X. Okay. So, okay, here we go. And this is Gardenia sign list here. This is the area I was trying to find right here. So it starts here. And so you can have it's the same thing that's in Aku.
Okay.
Probably you can just scroll through it a lot of times, and this is where you'll find a lot of those ligatures that deal with it. And I'm looking for a specific expression real quick, and I should run across it. I could do the same thing in Aku, but this seems a little quicker to me right here.
Mm-hmm.
Do it this route. And once I see what I'm looking at, I'll home in on it. And then I go to the Unicode and point out exactly what it is that I'm looking for, or what I'm looking at, rather. Okay. Not that one. Not that one. Okay, not that one. Not that one. Not that one. Okay. Not that one. I think it's that one right there. Let's see. Let's see. U28. Let's see. Since I find it here, I should be able to come right here and see it. Because they do have this in the same order. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Remember I was telling you they call it a drill?
Right.
You see it? Now let's go to
Yes.
the 12th dynasty. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Yep. At the end of that Middle Kingdom 12th dynasty, that looks like it.
Yeah. And
Praise the Lord.
the chit. Let me see. Chit. And it's another one here. Let me go into it real quick. Okay, so I'm going to our, let's see, U
28.
Okay. And then let's see. I may have to put a capital U in there because it do matter if you put capital and location in there too. Yeah, I think that right there might have yielded some. Well, did it? It's supposed to definitely pull something up.
Would it be in the hieroglyph
Oh,
number
I'm
section?
sorry about that. I'm over here in the wrong area. No, I know something going wrong. I'm putting phone slash what, and I didn't even tell you to talk.
Right.
Don't you do that? What
We
are
ain't
you?
going there.
What in the world? Okay, here we go. Okay, that's it right here. Pardon self, Morris Ken.
All is well.
Islam.
Yeah. See it? And that's why I was
Yes.
looking at the T and the D interchangeable. That's why I was saying it was like a TD type of sound. Because you know the T is interchangeable with D.
Yeah.
This is J. And that's it right there.
And it does have the A behind it.
Yeah, the A behind it. That's why I was saying, even though, you know, this is a thing, this is an expression of a thing, you know, but and they calling it a drill, like I was telling you earlier before we went into it, you know. But if you go further on down here, you know, this is also the portion that's used in the Uncle Jet Seneb,
Praise
you know,
Allah.
the jet, you know, the jet. And so it stops right there. So this is actually, when you hear us say Unqua Jet Seneb, this is how you write it right here in the hieratic. So this is a ligature right here together, even though we ain't really dealing with this whole thing, we're really dealing with that middle point. You know, this is a ligature. So when you see that, and I actually got my shirts. Y'all know the shirts I have made.
Yeah.
This on, you know, so I got a few shirts I had pressed up. So these are different expressions during different dynasties of Uncle Jet Seneb, and you can see that sound in the center there, you know, that they use in their reverse engineering, and they try to call it a drill. You know, you know, all that is guesswork. Just like even this right here, you know, making this the same as the Ankh.
Right.
You know what I mean? They were just comparing this ligature to this ligature in different dynasties, and they come up with, well, this look like the Ankh, so let's say that, you know, but we already know everything come from the hieratic, so we ain't got to go there. So anyway, you can see they changed it up in this particular area here though, and put a W DNA on it instead of the just DNA up here, why it's isolated alone. And that's what I see. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that's why I was asking you, was it a determinative or was it a letter?
Right.
You know, and then I went into the chit. You know,
Definitely
so
determinative.
right. And you know, I seen, like I said, you know, the interchangeability between the J, I mean not the J, but the D and the T. And that's why I called it out. Yeah, this looked like a T, you know, right up here. Let's go back to this particular expression here, which is
One
really
question.
biliteral. Go ahead, Grand Secretary.
Yeah, pardon the self, Mo. When you were speaking, I just had a thought. Now, how would you determine if something is an indicator versus biliteral, triliteral? Just constantly going over it and immersing yourself?
Well,
you know what I mean?
most indicators, we definitely got to do more study on them, because, you know, it's more indicators than there are alphabet.
Okay.
But yet the indicators express, you know, actual biliterals and triliterals. You see what I'm saying? We know the alphabet, for example. This is Y, this is R, right?
Right.
We know that this, you know, is an indicator here. You see what I'm saying? Because it's not in the normal swing of the alphabet chart. You see, anything that's not a part of the original letters in the alphabet, we can automatically identify. And so we know to separate this I and R from what's coming behind it.
Right.
So this is the M, R, and the K. So we can actually do it like this if we wanted to. If we can say isolation reading, we can say this is YR and this is MK, right?
Okay.
And just disregard.
Do that again. You said YR.
Yeah,
Okay.
but these are different words though. You know, so we would consider this a dash in the middle, so to speak.
Right. Okay.
See, YR dash MK dash, right? AYS, right?
AYS. Oh, okay. And then this is that.
Then that's another indicator, dash. I'm gonna show you which indicator this is. You see what I'm saying?
That's an indicator right there.
Yeah, that's an indicator.
Oh
It
man,
ain't the letter you thinking. It ain't the letter you thinking it is.
I was thinking that was a little man that missed.
No, I'm finna show you. I'm finna show
See,
you
that's
right now.
good.
And you see, that's why I say, but this is how we read. We could do that if we wanted to add the indicator in there, but,
Uh-huh.
and make it a bridge between. But I mean, obviously,
I see it.
ancestors
I
probably
see.
would have used, that we could do that. But I'm just showing how we identify with the main words, because
Mhm.
that's what you're gonna find when you deal with the word reverse engineer.
Wow.
And you'll find the indicator there, but the indicator is never identifying, what's a letter. It's actually an indicator of what's being said, basically.
Mhm.
Now,
So
what you just did made it easier.
that's right, and that's what I was saying. That's why I did it like that, because it is easier to do it that way.
Yeah.
This AYS right here, some people might, well, we just say AYS, ACE, and I'm gonna show you the indicator here real quick. I'm gonna go to
Okay.
the actual line here when you reverse engineer. Because see, there it is again. That's the Y and the R. Didn't I tell you this was an indicator?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
And then we already know reverse engineer, this is the M. Reverse engineer, this is the K. See what I'm saying? But
Uh-huh.
then
Yes.
here's
The
the J,
drill.
which you don't need that.
Right.
Even though it's there, it's an indication of what's being said here. This is an indication of what's being said here. You see what I'm saying? When you reverse engineer,
Uh-huh.
this again will be your Y, well, your A, Y, and S, and then this is what's coming behind it. You see what I'm saying?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
And then we already know these are other indications that's following it. These are not, considered anything that was reverse engineered into a letter. See, now let's go back over here to the papyri prisset.
Yeah.
See it right here.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
So, and then we come here, so then we come here.
Yeah.
So now we can go and look up the ligature, and I'll show you what this is in the indication aspect. So I'm gonna go to our Aku tool, right?
Mhm.
Uh-huh.
Let me get back up out of here. Okay, sorry about that. I'm in the wrong area.
Yeah.
So in here, I know I can go all the way back up here to the bird section, so to speak. I want to say this may be G43, if I got the right a bird, because it's some that's different than the other ones.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let me go to the 12th dynasty, because it's gonna yield the one that look exactly like what we dealing with.
Mhm.
You see it?
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
And man with the sharp eye.
And well, in correction, I want to say something too, because I confused this with the other. This is actually W. This is a W here. This is a W, but the indicators are next to it. I'm looking at it now, and I see it better.
Okay.
So when I'm looking at that one, I was looking at that one as if it was this one, which can kind of throw you off too. I'm gonna show you what I thought it was. Now that I see it, I thought it was this one, the G36, which was this one. So it's actually, this is W. So I'm gonna go here now that I see it and show you it's a W. That's cool. Let's see here again. Make sure I got my when we be able to have these Unicodes, on point too with what we're looking at, because we will be able to do that as we work with them more. Let me see, G43.
Yeah.
And I just want to go here. Let's see here. Hold up, wait a minute. See, I told you, yeah, after looking at it. But see, some of them will throw you off like that. Like I say, it's a W.
Uh-huh.
You see? But I'm looking at it as it is something else, because some of these things look similar to each other.
Mm-hmm.
Like, for example, I want to blow it up a little bit. Like, if you don't look at these things separately, you can confuse these birds.
Yeah.
Right.
Mhm.
You can even throw these in here and confuse them. You see what I'm saying? So the more that we look at them, though, look at it trains our eye to be able to see what is in the actual Unicode.
Right.
So but nevertheless, all is well. So the correction would actually be
So that'd be a W.
this would be A-S and W. This is actually A-Y-S-W, so that would be a su, because we can actually sound shift the W into the letter U. You see what I'm saying? And even though they would spell it A-Y-S-U, and so then coming behind that is your indicator here. They actually have two of them, right? And here's the
Two
indicator.
men.
That's right. Reverse engineered. I'm gonna pull this over here too, so I don't have to go all the way down to the end. Pull it next to this document up here, right next to the papyrus. These are the pseudo hieroglyphs expression family. So we showing y'all, make no mistake about it, we ain't calling these letters.
Right.
Don't y'all get it twisted. That ain't what we saying, because these are the letters right here.
Praise Allah.
We just showing y'all that it was reverse engineered into this, so we are reverse engineering it back into this. This is the actual papyri.
Right.
See? So y'all got to keep that in mind. Anytime we showing you this, we ain't telling you that, hey, this is, no, we telling you that they created these pretty much as their way of trying to identify what was going on, but at the same time burying the alphabet. And they have the original hieratic alphabet chart. They just ain't showed it to y'all. You understand? They ain't showed it to us. But we already know what time it is, because we have the hieratic. We got a couple of the hieratic charts right here in my master key.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? So we already got this right here. Hold up, let me hit. Goodness gracious, what in the world? Okay, there we go. So we got them, and I put them in order up here. We know that the hieratic charts exist.
Right.
You see, this is one right here. Straight hieratic. There it go. They go to hieratic alphabet. It was they who chose, and it tell you that right here. It tell you right here. This is the one that we always show you. Hieroglyphic and hieratic writing compared important to hieroglyphic writing. The following example of hieratic writing is taken from the Prissy Papyrus, upon which at the period of 2600, that's 4,600 years ago, because it's 2600 BC. You add the 2,000 years from Christ, and you got 46. So when they say BC, 2,600 years before Christ, 4,600 years ago. And that's the date they give for the papyrus. Sometimes they say 47, some say 45 too. They got to get their mind right, but I don't trust it. But it says, two texts containing moral precepts, which were composed about 1,000 years earlier, were written. So this is excerpts from the Papyri Prissy right here. Right here. They'll say this is KR. This is actually a scroll. This is an indicator here. This ain't even an alphabet, so to speak. This is like Majet. Then this right here, they got a couple of things in here, that they tried to convert, into letters. And this is it. Piece by piece. And they really just showing some of these things ain't even in the category. But here they say, now, if we transcribe these into hieroglyphs, we obtain the following. And that's what they did. They created that transcription when they should have just went with this. You understand? So now we got to do the work of telling you these are not pictures, people. They letters, and we got to constantly say this over and over again.
Right.
This is the original thing that I was telling you, Grand Secretary of the State. Even though that thing is shaded in on that,
right?
Got a Q and the K. Normally, it has an opening here. And and this is actually an abjad order. I put this in abjad order, but it was already in abjad order when it was found by DeRoe. So DeRoe was on to the truth. See what DeRoe had already, and DeRoe was the one that properly said that hieroglyphic gave birth to Phoenician. And this chart is proof of it. You see what I'm saying? So the same letters in Phoenician, which ain't no pictures, they didn't transcribe these in the pictures. They should have left this alone like they left this alone, and used this instead of transcribing something into some pictures. Because again, when you do that, this is the original papyri, which is the letters Medu, Re, and Kemet, and these are the pictures. We got to keep saying that until we drill it in the heads of the people that don't get it. You know what I mean? So again, these would be two indicators. We can see them when you reverse engineer. Let's go back to the original papyri. There it is there. And then it comes back over here. And see, that's your M, as they would try to call it. But the M, true M, is here. See what I'm saying? This is the A. This is M again. You see?
Yeah.
Then when we come over here, see, we can do this now without even using the alphabet chart because we know the letters. You see what I'm saying? Just like we said it. Now look at this. This would normally be a T. To them, that's what they call it. But we already know these are pictures. This is their transcription. Let's go back to the original because we already said this is M, this is A, right? That's it right there, M-A, right? And that's the T above the slash here. If we go to the molar tool, they probably got this ligature in there because they do have the ligatures there. Then when we go back over here, see how they came with this symbol, which is really, this would be a symbol that represents Ra.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? This ain't an alphabet or letter, it represents Ra. Right? And then you have, the serpent going up under. Some people, would try to call this a letter F.
Right.
Some people would call it that, a letter F. Okay? So we know that this is indication in between. So we wouldn't even include that in there anyway. Right? Or we could if we wanted to, but we know we would start right here on this particular drawing. And let's go back over here. And see, you can't confuse this here too with this. So this goes into the, they try to make this the owl. So this goes back to one expression of M. You see? Hold up. I want to get back to the thing. See it right here? We already know the owl is supposed to be an M, but they have two symbols representing this, which kind of throw you off, and I'm going to show you what I'm talking about. Let's go back over here. And that's another thing. They choose when they want to try to make up other stuff and try to make it be, when they two different letters, you can't do that. Like, so it make you question, what they talking about. I'm gonna show you what I'm saying. This is basically coming straight off the head because we done seen this. We identified it so many times. Trying to find it real quick. You'll see it when I get to the birds again. Okay. Where you at? Where you at, little birdie? Come here. Yes, sir. Okay. Dang. Oh, there you go. Right. Okay, so we looking for the owl right now.
Right.
That's all you got to do. There you go, G17. Okay, so now let's go to G17 and watch what they do here. I already got it in there selected, so it's right here. I can just hit it here now. Cool. Watch this. This is what don't make sense to me either. You got to take it with a grain of salt though. So let's go over here. Look at all of this here. Now you see this is different than what's up there, right?
Right.
See this here? These different expressions here. And they telling you, well, all of these represented. Now let's go down here. And like, how do you go from this symbol to, and then go to the, you see what I'm saying? How do you go to this? Because this is the normal one you find as M as well. And then this is totally different. That's why I say you got the counter. And they saying, well, this is another M. Now, this looks similar to the other demonstration we were dealing with earlier somewhat. Just shorter. The drill symbol. You know, so you got to, you know, you really got to, you got to vet this stuff.
Right.
You know, because it can't be all of the symbols. You know, but this is they guessing game. That's why we know a lot of these papyri and they translations, they just can't all be right. Look at these. They totally different from each other. Don't even look like you're gonna have to choose one or the other. You can't
Right.
get the best of both worlds. You know what I mean? And so that's why I say, and we will find things that we have to correct a lot of time where they made the mistakes. And that's what your boy was even saying when he presented this document. Because you know, in this document, it showed a lot of mistakes they made. Like I showed you with
Right.
when I was doing my transliteration, where they put the star there and the star wasn't even there.
Right.
You know, in the document, it was a elongation on the side. You know, looked like a little V, upside V coming off of it. It wasn't a star. So again, as we move on, this, you know, they would reverse or transcribe and still call it H, but we know the true H is over here, right here. This is the H. You see what I'm saying? And then coming behind that, we see, what is this? Is this a letter or indicator, family?
Indicator.
Okay.
That's
Yeah.
right. And you automatically know it because you know good well ain't nothing in the alphabet that look like it.
Right. Yeah.
And that's how you distinguish. So you know where to separate at. You see what I'm saying?
Uh-huh.
So once you see the indicator, you know, okay, well, this is a separation. You just say dash. When you translate, dash.
Okay.
You know, and if you want to, ain't nothing wrong with identifying, you know, the letters in the indicator, whether it's a biliteral or a triliteral, you know, and see what it is, because the indication will actually give you expression of the word. We seen that in the past. So this is the letter what, family?
R.
That's R. That's
Yeah.
right.
Oh,
This is the letter what?
hey,
We just went over this one.
W.
hey.
That's right. W.
W.
You
Yeah.
see? And now what is this? Is this an indicator?
Indicator.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. And
Yeah.
they would know. You're right. It's an indicator.
Indicator. Yeah.
You know, so here it is right here. Just like we said, we came in here. Let's match it up in the papyri. See? And this one tricky right here.
Mm-hmm.
And then we come here.
O. W.
That's the man. And they actually gave this as a W. Goodness gracious.
Mm-hmm.
But that's not in the alphabet.
Right.
See, so that's a tricky one right there. So some of them we're gonna have to probably vet a little bit more, because that is not in the app. Look at that. You know good and well that ain't in damn one of the alphabet charts.
No.
Yeah.
So let's go back. Let's go back because we already got the W up here. See, because it's throwing me off too. Here it is right here. I can see where they got it at up here. But see, that's different from the other W. So like when they was doing this and transcribing these things, look at these symbols they adding in here that don't look like other symbols.
Right.
So yeah, it can be tricky to a certain degree. But some of these things, normally when it look crazy, it definitely ain't. Praise be to Allah, we got the transcription where we can go back and reverse engineer it. But here it is here. We know that this is being called a W. Now we know that they call this, but these are symbols that don't even look like each other. So when they started transcribing, I'm gonna be honest with you, it's almost scary to say that they didn't even do correct in their transcription, so to speak. And you really can never know outside of this, the alphabet chart that we have. Being that we got the key, we know that these are the alphabets. You see what I'm saying? That's really all we can depend on, you know, because we know that this is comparable to these actual alphabets here. You see what I'm saying? And this is why when we speak of strong words that even come from Arabic and Hebrew, we can fact check or vet the words with these words, especially the strong words, because most of that comes through the Phoenician. So we literally have to trace ourselves back through the language. But know for sure this is our goal right here, so to speak.
Right.
Outside of the transcriptions that they created, but we can actually find out where they made those mistakes at. But we do know the main alphabets that are used, are here. You see what I'm saying?
Uh-huh.
And once we see these here, we automatically know what they are, but we can see too that there are some that we're going to have to vet up a little bit more. But personally, I would say if they're not really a part of the original alphabet chart, you want to really be careful with even accepting that, just like they have accepted, this symbol as being something that look like this. Because that's not in the original alphabet chart. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And that's the best way to reconcile that. So let us go back to the papyri. And when we go back to the papyri, this was right. Y'all said it was R. Then you said this was W. And let's see what follows behind the R and the W in the reverse engineering. RW, like we said, it's an indicator.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And then we have a W look like with an indicator beneath it. So let's just go back to the other measure here. Yep, there it is there. This similarly look to the other thing that we was dealing with right here.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, that's it right there. And let's see here.
That's a Y.
But that's a little bit bigger than that first one that we saw, right?
A little longer.
Yeah.
Least.
Yeah.
And the other one goes a little straighter up in the air. See what I'm saying? W, and there it go right there, and that's your, here you go, here right here. YS, let's see. YS.
Indicator.
Yep. That's right. You're right. Indicator. That's right. See, now you see how Sister Dendra just catching them.
Yep.
And you called it too, Grand Secretary of State. That's what I'm talking about. And so that's how you can separate, the letter. Now this one right here kind of hard to make out.
Right.
So when you go back over here, you have to really look over here. And I can see what's going on there now. Yeah, that's definitely indicated.
What is that?
Well, actually, they are putting it up here as
the man sitting on that boat.
Yeah, what they call a basket. We can call it a bowl or whatever you want it, whatever type of demonstration. It's something that holds something. But this would normally be like supposed to be a transcription of what they call K.
Mm-hmm.
But it's hard to really make that out right now.
Right.
So can you really say that's what it is? Or would it be something that will be corrected just like it was in this manuscript that we have here?
Mm-hmm.
You know what? I'm gonna go ahead and do the duplicate this, and I'll show you what I'm talking about. Because y'all know they was correcting a lot of this translation in here as well, down here in the document. Okay, hold up. All right, give it a chance to load up. Yeah, you see all the corrections he was making?
Right.
Remember?
Yeah.
So that's what we have to look at too, and he's actually correcting the measures that were made in this papyri. Let me make sure I'm trying to get it back. There you go. See, he's correcting the facsimile with some of these drawings. And see how he's showing here in this particular drawing right here, and that this was supposed to be used instead of this.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying? Same thing down here. They showed, a measure here. So he correcting a lot of this stuff right here. Where they seen here, they used this as a symbol, and then this was there. And that's a grave mistake, because when you deal with these different things, it can change the whole meaning of what's being stated.
Right.
Yeah.
Just like in the Arabic language, if you change a J and a G part itself to a K or something, even though a sound shift, Is there, but certain words mean what words mean. You see what I'm saying? So again, this right here, we know this is expression, of I want to say a W. Let's
Mm-hmm.
go over here, and we were actually coming from here. That's right here. This is after indicated. We know they would say that's a T. Let's see here. Let's go to the paper. Okay, there we go. Yeah. TW. And then we know that's a K right there.
Right.
I want to see what this is on top of this. Oh, that's the basket thing that we was talking about.
Mm-hmm.
That's exactly what we was talking about. And then we already know that this will be M and A.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to say this is a T or D sometime.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah.
Yep. Let me move it over because you can't really see it. Yep. See what I'm saying? Like we done got real good with this family. So we know what this is. Is this a letter or indicator?
Indicator.
They call this T. This is it. IT. This is IT. It expresses a particular droid. I remember this because I had it in my transliteration. And I'll show it to you too. I'm gonna show it to you right here. Okay, here it should be in this area right here. This is where the reptile's at. Not that one, not that one. I want to say it's I-5. And that is, okay, 15A. So let me go over here real quick. And I'll show you what I'm talking about. Okay, 15. And that's a good thing too, so that we learn these things. Okay, yep, it changed it. Nope.
No, we ain't get no result.
Wait a minute.
15.
Okay, let's see. Did I have something in here wrong?
Go back.
Let's do it like this. I may have to go back up here, but that should yield. Okay. Yeah, that's 15A.
Yeah, they got like a capital A.
Yeah, that's what I had too at first, but it didn't yield.
Yeah,
But I changed it up. Let me see again. Let me try this. Because I had this and I pulled this up before. Let's see. Let me try this.
Maybe you have to refresh it or reset it.
Yeah, I'm gonna try that in a second too. I'm going up here in the hieratic number and see what happened too.
Oh
Okay.
yeah.
Result.
Like it yielded, but it yielded something else. Yeah, that put something totally different up there.
Mm-hmm.
See, that's what I'm talking about right there. That's a prime example.
Yeah.
Of somebody done put the wrong Unicode in here. See, that's what I'm talking about. So you find that. So this is under something else, and I had it up here. I just gotta I know what I'm gonna do if I don't find it here.
What, Slay?
Yeah, I can go to Slay, but and I go here and I find it too, but I'm gonna do it this way. It's another option. I'm gonna actually probably go back to my original video,
Mm-hmm.
and I can show it to you where I was actually going letter by letter. But I'm gonna see what they have because Slay may have the actual expression up here as well before we go there. Okay, let me see. Not there. This stuff is in the same order. So the 15A is not yielding that 15A. Okay, not that. Okay, not that. Okay, hold up. I think I'm close to it right here. Okay. Nope, not here. Okay, not there. Not That one. You do know that's another thing too. Those drawings came from another dynasty, and there's that drawing too. It's A2 and V31, which is the same thing, a regular K, even though they got that symbol sitting on it. You see it?
Yeah.
That's a look like almost like a biliteral, but
Uh-huh.
with a man sitting on it is kind of that'll throw you off too. Well, it's really a regular K. So these are the types of things that's tricky that we'll end up getting used to the more that we go into these documents. You know what I mean? Okay. Where you at, little crocodile? We ain't talking about the thought pattern. We find it. We gonna find you. Where you at? Okay, let me see. Hiding around there somewhere. Let's see. Okay. That's the bottom of the document. It got to be in here. Did I pass over it? Okay. Not that one. Because normally, our coup, when it hit, it get a right thing, but I guess it may be the molar database that they don't have that in here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What's that? Can't believe they ain't showed that thing up yet. I probably done passed by it. More than likely. Where you at? We know you're there. Okay, not that one, not that one, not that one again. Okay, not that one again. And also that crocodile thing do come from a later expression too. So that could explain what's going on as well. Okay, let's see here. I'm gonna do something in a minute and see if it'll let me do it that way too. If I can't find it up here. I'll find everything except what's up here. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna try this real quick and see if it works.
What number was it in the Unicodes?
15A.
15A.
Yeah, but it's obviously different from what they were trying to put up here. Let me see. Well, I should have did it this way. Let's see. Yeah, there it go. You see it? I just typed in it. Remember I was telling you the it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I should have did that. From sometime you have to find it like this. And but that Unicode is not right.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, that Unicode ain't right. So we need to, mashallah, we'll probably be able to find it. And this probably how I did it the first time too.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's it. So that's an actual biliteral, as we said earlier. And this is it right here. See it?
Yeah.
And we're gonna go back over here again. That's the transcription right there. We got it over here. Let's go down here to the dynasty that they normally come from. 12th dynasty. They kind of don't really have a whole lot of ligatures here, but we see it right here, right here. And then if we come back to our molar tool, they have more attestations in the molar tool. So what they didn't have in the Aku tool, they got it here in the molar tool. See what I'm saying? Like this look more like it here. This look more like it, what they was trying to express. Really right up here in this area here, more than anything. So we know we don't really have to put that in there. That's really an indicator, like we said, and as we move along in the papyri, we can see here, boy, that's kind of hard to pick up right there. Oh, that look like this is it. If I'm correct, this looks like the heart.
Yeah, look like
let's see the demonstration indicator. Yeah, there it goes.
Yeah.
That's the heart.
Up.
Yeah, let's see here. So that's an indicator following the indicator, but that's Ab. That's right, Ab.
Mm-hmm.
Heru Ami Abu,
Mm-hmm.
the
Oh,
well
yeah.
of heart. You know
Yep.
what I mean? That's the actual letter that will be there.
Yeah.
So Ab, you know, this is actually a biliteral, you know, and then this here look in between it. I know that's a K right there, but can't really make this out. So let me go back
Yeah.
and
It's
see.
like a,
It's them tricky when they put them together like that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's just a that's definitely not a letter either. It's a dash slash. Some people try to say it's a singular expression instead of plural. You know, these
Oh,
but the
right,
Egyptians didn't have them type of rules. That's what I'm saying. Like they didn't deal with no singular, plural. You know, this stuff we come up with. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We take that with a grain of salt. This look like a R here. Let me see. Let's see.
Like a oh.
yeah.
Let's see. Actually, that's another K though, but it looked like a R. Let's see here.
Okay.
Let's see. Yeah. See it? Don't it have that R look to it?
Yeah, it do.
Yeah.
Well, this is the K here. Hold up. Maybe
Yeah.
I was right. This is the K.
Yeah,
This is the K. This is the K here, and this is, let's see.
what is that S looking thing?
Yeah, that is a R.
That's
It's a R, but they done put the F expression to it. See what I'm saying? I see what's going on now. It is a R. I was right. So this is KR. We already know the dash is here because that's a separation there. So this is AB. And then this is Ker is what we would say here. And then we have another expression here that's coming behind that.
What should be the
And
X?
we can see that.
What is
I
that?
forgot what that is. I want to say, is that a G?
H.
Let me see here. I'm gonna go back to my master key because I know I had it up here. Oh, it's actually a H. That's a H,
oh, okay. H.
which is interchangeable with the G, so that's why we identified it right there. Yeah, so that's a H, and
It's another H.
yeah, H and F, and then this is also we see T. Oh, goodness gracious! I got to open that back up. Okay, let me put it back right there where it was. Okay, yeah, it came back over. Okay, so yeah, that's the H, which we know. This is also the H. If we look at it, this is what carried over into Arabic, ain't it, family?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That H carried over right into the Arabic language. This particular one right here out of the Hieratic. So we can see real Egyptian elements and why Mustafa Gadala say exactly what he say. So there it is. That's the H. You know, and I want to say R, F, H, F. Hef. Ref, Hef. Let me see. T. The T. Okay. Reverse engineered. Uh-oh.
Yes.
Where in the world? I thought I had my. I thought it
That's
pulled
another.
my. No, I thought it pulled my whatchamacallit up, but oh, it's sat down here. My bad. Yeah, I was looking for this. My paper.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let me pull this bike. Come on. I didn't want to separate you from them. Hold up. I'm trying to pull this bike into. There it go. Yeah. Now you're where you're supposed to be. Okay, so yeah. So here we know this is a form of a H2, I want to say. That looked like that little mace symbol.
Yeah.
The one
Yeah.
they be hitting people over the head with. Yeah, that's exactly it. Yep, that's another H.
Mm-hmm.
And then they would say that's a S in their transcription. Yeah, that's S. So this is Hess. Hess. This here look like another S here. And I can't make this out right here, really. That looked like another F
F.
because of these here. Let's see. No, it's a S and a S. HSS. Okay.
D.
Oh, I see what that is. That's actually a W.
Where?
That's a W.
So
This
head,
right in between here. So that's SWF.
FW.
Suf.
so
Suf. So that's Jesus. You see, so we have, for example, I mean, we can come up through here and go back through it, and this again from the beginning, we can see the different areas in between. You see how quick we was able to go through this line though? Now that and that's because we becoming more refined with it. Because normally it'll take forever just trying to find out what these things are. Only thing that kind of make us have to search for it is, the biliterals are the indicators. You see what I'm saying? Just trying to find out what they are, which we really don't need. But it's some of them that's also tricky that are, actual biliterals, and they represent, certain alphabets too that look like it. Like this is Y here in line 2. We already know that famous Y. This here look kind of strange here. I can't really make out, and it's definitely probably a letter, but it's a different version of the letter. So let's see right here. This is Y. Let's go back over here to the next line. Okay. Oh, that's a letter. That's definitely a letter. And let me see. I can't think of the one. Is it a S? Or is it a
T?
A T? Let me see. Let's go back to, because I know that's in my.
Yeah. The key.
Yeah, no, it's actually
M.
M. Another version of the M.
Yeah.
That one was.
Yeah, I think it's more like a.
I was thinking of the tethering, similar to the tethering demonstration, like Grand Secretariat calling it the T, because they do have that in the category. It's like TS, like a sound, but this is actually a M sound.
Oh, I see what you're talking about. Okay.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's cool. Nothing wrong with that. But that's what I'm talking about. Now let's go back to the papyri again, and they have it in a different shape. So let's go to M. Let's go to M, and I'm gonna just type in the letter M since I know it'll probably yield it here. And instead of even using the Unicode, okay, let's see. I'm gonna put lowercase m and see if it bring it up. If not, I go back to the uppercase. Okay, there you go, right there. So now we want to see that sign in here. Okay, we see the 3s and all that, and that's another thing where I'm saying here's a whole nother letter M that look different from the other M's.
Yep.
And don't even look like they have it here. I think we're gonna find it in the ARCU. We already got M up over there. I'm trying to see and make sure I ain't overlooking it. Nope, I don't see it nowhere in here. Nope, it's not in here in the molar tool. See, this is why we have to have all these different tools.
Right.
What we ain't able to find there, and it's probably gonna be when we go to the 12th dynasty. We already got the M pulled up right here. So we'll just click on it real quick and see what it yields out of the 12th dynasty. Okay, that's the 12th in the Middle Kingdom. Okay, where's that M? Oh, this might be a whole different M here. Now, how do you explain that?
Right.
Delusion.
Did somebody just say that's M?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because we ain't found that yet, and it's probably gonna be something that come way from the most newest dynasty where you'll find that at. I don't even understand how they'll have an attestation of that outside of what they done made up.
That's crazy.
You seen it. Closest I find is right here. This is like 20th dynasty, which is way after the ancient Egyptians. See it down here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it didn't exist.
Good.
That didn't
Right.
exist during the 12th dynasty.
Right.
See it down here?
Yeah, yeah.
All this is way later, way after the ancient Egyptians. So
Something
how they
he
will
did.
find that and say that's the same thing in the other papyri, that's beneath and beyond me.
Yeah.
Yeah. What it is, they probably just taking the top portion and trying to isolate it and saying that's the imp.
Mm-hmm.
But that's still a later period. Then they still went back to this form of here. See, they have them separated here. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's way up in the 20th dynasty. We don't see that up there. Only way we can try to connect that if we were saying, well, that's the top part. Let me see right here. I want to go to the first 12th dynasty area. And they isolating the top part without the bottom part to make the full 3. But it's not up here in the 12th dynasty, which is where that papyrus is supposed to come from. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's way down there in the 20th dynasty that we see the first thing that really looked like that. Let's go back over here to the actual papyrus. See it right here?
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna say they guessing, but this was supposed to be IM. IM, and then let's see what this is. This
So if you
was
pardon
definitely
yourself.
go ahead, Secretary of State.
So if you in your vetting don't see what appears to your eye as the letter M, then what would you do with that?
Well, basically, to be honest with you, we got to take it with a grain of salt, so to speak. And say, well, came from a later dynasty, but in the way that they showing it.
Right.
But if this is older, from 4,600 years, and we know 26 dynasty out of 20th dynasty ain't as old as this document. It's like I said, you got to take it with a grain of salt, because we ain't seen no other, unless we find another isolated letter that this can be. So yeah, I would put a question mark here. We accept it as M, but it's a question mark here because this is a 12th dynasty papyrus, and we don't find this sign, being attested here. And we can see that it strongly is not attested, because even in the molar tool, you don't find it here. See what I'm saying?
And do me a favor, can you go back to your master key where you were comparing the M to the T?
Oh yeah, when I was saying this is the M right here.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And where did you show the other one, the T?
Okay, yeah. I go to the one that I was thinking that it was the tethering tool. There it is right here. This is what I was thinking about. See right here, they say they put it on.
Oh, got it. Okay.
And that's what I was thinking about, but that's a TS sound.
Oh.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Which is found, where it's at? Trying to find it right now down here for you. Where's that TS sound? They also have it like a ch. Okay.
No, I see what you mean.
Yeah.
But,
yeah.
So, okay.
Yeah, that's gratitude. So but I was thinking at first that because I seen, the original symbol, but we see that's what they call an M. And I'm still kind of thrown back because we didn't find it as an M like that, really.
Right.
But like I say, and then we see they would try to say this right here, according to them, like I tell people all the time, if we wanted to, we can go in here and they say this right here is the letter M and A, and this is Nesut, this is Wolf, but we know better. We ain't gonna play like that because we know this ain't letters.
That's not reality.
That's not the reality. You're actually taken away from the reality. So this is why we always try to show our family, no, this, hold up, right here in the papyri, is the MA. See the M? We see the M obviously here, we see the A here.
Yeah, that's to be the bilateral, right?
Well, it's really one on top of the other one.
Oh,
so
okay.
It wouldn't necessarily be a bilateral.
Oh,
if we wanted to, you can say that, but it's really MA.
Oh, okay.
And then we have this looked like a indicator to me, but I'm gonna go over here and see what it is. It is an indicator. I just said it. I just said it in the suit. In the suit. That's what that is, in suit. So that's what I'm saying. Like some of these indicators, once we know what they are, and this is actually this is a biliteral. You know, and suit is a symbol that deal with. Now, sometimes some people might just put NWS. You know, in suit NWT S. Well, actually, it's SWT suit in suit. But anyway, this we know is a W or U if you want to say it. That this is an R. You know, I want to say that might be an N.
This is.
Yeah, you're right. It's an S because I can see the hoop here. I was thinking N, you know, but it got that little loop in the middle.
Right.
You're right, Brother Vati Bay. Let's go over here too. Okay. R, the piece, and that's actually a indicator here. Let me see here. I'm gonna go over here. Let's go find that just to make sure, because it looked like the S. That's another tricky one. Looked like it to me. But we're gonna see. Let me see if I have that in my master key. Look way more than familiar. Okay, not there. Not there.
It's a Z.
Okay. If it would have been anywhere, it would have been up in here. So nope.
Right there.
That's not correct.
Yes.
Actually, in this chart too, in the M attested here. In this chart in my master key. That M we was talking about, but we still know it comes from a later dynasty. Still know it comes from a later dynasty. Okay. Okay, let's see here. See, this is why I was saying that was a S. See it here?
Yeah.
I'm gonna go back to the paper, but this looking tricky because they got something else up there. And you see it right here. What I'm circling my cursor around.
Yes.
Yeah.
I was
Can
thinking
y'all see my
that's
cursor?
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it looks like
Looking at your
right
chart.
here, this is what they trying to yield it as. But when you come here in the papyri, like I said, what I was just circling, and then you look at the master key.
Yeah. Well, looking at
This even look like it too. See what I'm saying? Look like a S, but I want to go and see exactly what this is. So we're gonna go to the Aku tool and see what it yields here. I know we'll find that in here because I've seen that symbol in here before. Let me scroll down. Okay, not that one. Not that one. Okay, not that one. It's got the 3 up on it. There it is right there. That's N16. Okay, so let's see what this N16 is. We got it up here now. I'm going to click on it. See it right there. N16. Let's see in the 12th dynasty. Sure, yeah. There it go, but it looked just like the S, man. That's crazy.
Yes, it
See
does.
what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yes.
Just like it. You know,
So
let's
what
go
they
back over
saying
here
it
to the S. I'm finna go see right now. See the S again?
Right.
Right.
So that's good though, because the more we do this, we can really find these things out and see what distinguishes it. Okay, so let me go over here now to our molar tool.
Yeah.
It's gonna tell us exactly what it is.
It's
N16, right?
Yeah.
With the
Yes.
code N16.
Yes.
So let me clear this out.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, N16, and we're gonna see what we get out of this here. This is a TA, what they showing here.
Ta.
Yeah, TA top. So it's definitely an indicator. And so it has the letter R over indicator. You know, which is, I understand what's going on now. So just like you normally will have an indicator following behind it, in this case, they have the R here, right, and the indicator here. So the word will end at R.
Okay.
See, it
Okay.
wouldn't be reta.
Okay. And then they put the dash right there.
You're right. It wouldn't be reta. It would be more like ur,
Ooh.
you know, and then you stop and then you go over here to the next drawing, you know, and let me see. I want to say that looked like a W, but I ain't going to claim it yet. Let me go over here. Okay. Oh, that's this particular drawing here.
N23.
N23?
Yeah.
That's good. And let's see. Let's go in here and see what this yields. Because that's tricky too.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
so you know, we're gonna come across certain things, but certain things are more obvious than others. But we have already seen they put a letter, you know, that originated later in the document to them anyway. Okay, well, we see the little symbol up here that they have up here, the little cross things, and I'm seeing look like Tawi. So it's definitely, this is actually a whole word right here. Okay, I see they put M and R here. This is the M and R. So let's go back over here.
Let me see.
Okay, so that's M and R measure. So this is Ur Mir. Ur Mir, and then look like a Y, a Miri. Let me see. Is that a Y? Let's see. Oh no, that's actually the singular dash sign. So yeah, this is fun though, going through here doing this, to be honest with you, to me. So yeah, we see an indicator here.
Yeah.
Coming behind that, see another indicator. That is, look, is that an expression of a biliteral? Because it got to be saying something right here. I think this is a biliteral here, family. Let's come up here. We just got to find out exactly what it is. I need that tool. That is a
lamp.
Let me see. Can I find? I know it's a couple of them down here. I'm gonna go select
lamp and the snake looking
go ahead,
things.
Grant. Yeah, that's what it looked like, and I guarantee you they got that ligature down here.
Okay.
In the because they have that type of stuff right here in this slate tool. So we'll look for it here first. If not, we'll go back to Haku. But I'm thinking that we'll find it here. Let's see. The lamp and the serpent. Where you at? Okay. The lamp and the serpent. So this is their ligatures, their biliterals. Okay, not there. Not there. There it is. Is that it?
Looks like it. M31.
I'm gonna keep that in mind. Yeah, that's what it looked like here.
Yeah,
That's what it looks like. I'm gonna keep that in mind real quick, but I'm gonna go down here just to make sure it's not something else.
There's that MR again.
Oh, to my right. But since we there, remember I was talking about in this suit too. That
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay, suit. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Okay. Let's see. I'm gonna probably go back up there to that other one we just was on, because I'm not seeing anything else here. We'll try that one because at least it'll lead us there, because I do know that they will put the biliterals in there in Molar's tool. So I think it was M13 or something like that. I want to say I-10. Okay, here it is up here. Okay, let's go to M13 and see what we get. But this is the type of stuff right here where we can actually go through, and it's good. Because had we not had these tools right here, family, ooh-wee,
Finger
it'll
in
really
electric.
be fun then. Let's see. M13. Search it. Let's see. We got M13 here. That's the wedge. Let's see, because if we got it here, see, there it goes. It looked like it. Wedge, yeah, it looked like it. I mean, I promise you that looked like it.
Yeah.
Just another way that we can find this out. Let me see here. That looked like the symbol. Maybe it's just because of the way that they redid it. Let me see. I'm gonna see if they may have that even here. Sometimes they have a few up in here too. Let's see. Because this will give us, if it give us the same Unicode, okay, yeah, it may be in here because I see this S1. And if it yields the same Unicode, then we know, okay, yeah, it's just a more refined version of it. But I just want to make sure before we claim it. Hold up, wait a minute. Is that it? Oh, there it go. I think this is U35 on this one right here. Let's see. That's what I was. Yep, it's U35. But that, you see how tricky that is, though. How close that look to the other. So I'm gonna go back and put U30.
U35.
Wait a minute. Do they even have a 12th? They don't even have it in the 12th dynasty.
Oh my goodness.
Wait a minute. See what I'm saying? Well, okay, here it is right here.
Toward
but
the
it
end.
still don't look like. Yeah, right here. It still don't look like. Let me see. That don't look like what we looking at.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, see that there? Okay, let's come in here. Okay, so this is what they trying to say that is.
Right.
All right, let's go back. Okay, that's behind the little dash. Okay, we see it there. So yeah, that's real tricky right there.
Uh-huh.
That's real tricky. You know, and it is, I want to go back to actual, I'm gonna go and look it up, but yeah, this right here is definitely a biliteral, but it throw you off. Let's go outside the transcription. That's biliteral. Okay, let's go back to the grapheme, which still look a little off from these here, but we see what's going on. Don't look exactly like what we're looking at over here. See that there? That's not really yielding the same expression over here. Somewhat, you know, maybe these here.
Yeah, that's the one I was
but
looking
it
at.
It just don't look exactly alike.
Not exactly.
Yeah, it don't look exactly alike.
Yeah.
But we can see
that's
what they're trying to make out. Like you say, the first one. Okay, so let's go over here and see what this is in U35 and get the actual biliteral out of here. It looked just like that M13 though for a minute there.
Yeah.
Let's see, U35. And that's all we're doing is training the eye, because when we see this next time, we'll know the difference between the two. Okay, here it is. And this actually is Kasef. Kasef is what that is. Because you know that's a K right there sound.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the
Kasef.
H in Kasef. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a hard H. Kasef.
Yeah, but that,
you know, you can say Kasef, but it's Kasef. Kasef. Yeah, you got to go deep into the glottal to demonstrate that. Kasef. Okay, and so we see it right here. Same thing, it's yielding it. So yeah, that's it. But that was definitely kind of throwing me off, because when we come over here to this M13, yeah, you couldn't tell me that wasn't the same demonstration. And even over here, the ligature looks somewhat similar to it. Just got a different type of surfing on it.
They cut his head off.
That's exactly what happened. Goodness gracious. That's wedget. So it's good though, we can distinguish between the two though. You know, because we know that this one looked like this, and the Kesef, you know, looks like this. We see one has a more straight expression and one has a curvature to it. You know, so Islam. Okay, so that's definitely that's a triliteral too. Not even a biliteral. That's a triliteral. Even though they're expressing it with just two symbols, because it's expressed over here with two symbols connected with each other. You know, the one that's the elongation in this part running through it, but they call it a kesser. We already know that this is an indicator. We know which one it is too, because we done seen it so many times. You know, they
man with his hands up.
He was with a little stick, like he's gonna whip something. See him right here.
Yep.
And we already know that they transcribe this from the hieratic letter F, you know, and this from the hieratic letter N. So this is FN. It's the transliteration over here. Let's go back to there it is right there. See it right there? That's the little F, and this supposed to be the N. Okay. Let's see here. And this is kind of crazy here. This look like jet. Look like, okay, like F or jet. Let's see here. And it's crazy how much, yeah, that's the F, and this is like the jet coming up under that. So these would be separate letters on top of each other. FN, F, jet. Okay. F jet. F jet. FN, F jet. This look like that S again.
Right.
But it can also be that other symbol that we was looking at earlier. So let's go up here real quick. Oh, here it is. I keep hitting the wrong, but oh, it is the S. So we was right. That's the S, and that's SF. This is supposed to be the F again under it. We already know this is what you call it, the MUT. Well, I went to, it's supposed to went on this. I can't really tell what that is, but that is a T or D if you want to make it that up under. Let's go over here. M, U, or W if you want to put it there. Moot. Let's see what this is on top of it. Because that is a letter most likely, but I just can't make it out. Okay, see, this is the transcribed M, the pseudo M, pseudo U, and definitely wouldn't have figured that out right there because that is something different. Whatever that is, look like an extraterrestrial. What you gonna make that out to be? I wonder what Rome tried to call that. Is that something trying to fly, or is it something underwater?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
So let's go see what this is. Yeah, we got to go look this little fellow here up. Let me go to our coup and see what we got going on. Let's see here. We already know normally when you see something like that, that definitely ain't no alphabet.
Right.
You know, the stuff we done seen come up here lately, ain't no telling with these people. Let's see here. Okay, not that one. Okay, not that one. That looked like it almost. Not that one, not that one. Not that one. Okay, not that one. Not that one, not that one. Where you at, little alien? We got to find you. Okay, not that one, not that one. Scroll a little bit, take our time. We know you're there. Okay, let's see here. It'll pop up in a second here. If not here, then we know we can go to our other tool. Okay, that looked like it there, but that ain't it. Okay. We getting closer though. Okay, not that one. Not that one. Not that one. Okay. And this searching right here don't do nothing but aid and assist us in embeddedness. The more we work with this stuff, we see it embedded in the consciousness. Okay, let me see here. We may be finna come up on it in a second here. These some weird combinations they got going on here. Where you at? Almost look like a bowling pin with some tassels hanging from it. Goodness gracious. I mean, I'm trying to think and make something out of it, but I'm really interested to see what Rome gonna try to call it. Okay, let's see here. Yeah, little symbol. We almost at the top. I ain't seen you yet. Wow. Oh, don't look like it's in there.
30.
Let me see. Let me try this one more time. Because it got to. Huh?
F30.
F30. Let me see. I'm gonna go to F30 right here. Because if that's what it is, it'll be right here. Okay, you may be right, my brother. Let's see, F30. Look, yep, you're right. That's it, F30. That's the little creature. Let's see. Oh, they call it parts of mammals. Which part of a mammal? Like, I mean, like, really? How in the world? Oh, animal skin as a water hose. Oh my God. How y'all know that wrong? Oh, they be coming up with it, don't they?
Yeah.
Hey, if y'all say so. But here's the 12th dynasty. This is what they yielded. So we know that this is definitely not a letter. It's definitely a biliteral, triliteral, or something like that expressing something. But it's above a letter. Come back over here. And let me see here. That's it right there. And that's above a T. So let's see what's saying. We see an indicator here. So this would actually be a whole word coming from here. This would be MU and whatever this is, we finna find it out in sub T. MU sub T. Let me see. So let's go up here now. And what was that again? The Unicode, Brother Bati Bay?
F30.
F30. F30. Let's see what F30 yields us. And y'all better put it up here too. Okay, yeah, there you go. Oh, this is actually shed. Shed. So I guess you can even just say, you know, the T runs right into the end of it, but it's shed. Shed. So that's what it is. So it's actually the statement here in the papyri is Mushet. Mushet. And this is actually the symbol for what they would like to try to express as being a noble. So this is actually definitely talking about some type of noble priest, which most likely going into dealing with the book of Tahotep, the noble vizier or something like that right there. But this is Mushet. That's exactly what that says, Mushet. So you can see, family, just by us going through here, you know, that that's what it is. Once you learn it, we also see something coming behind this here. This look like a T right here, but I don't want to claim that. So let's go over here. We're going to do the rest of this line. Then we're going to open up a little bit more so we can draw with the panel. But as you can see, the little symbol here, we know we said this is the indicator. Okay, I see what that says. And it's suit again. It's sutu, ray. Okay, we can read the rest of it out here. Okay, so this is in suit, ure, yeseji. Yeah. Nisut Ray, Seyeji. Because this is either a Y or you can say it's a J when you see it double like this. Then we see Ab here again. You see, which is another indicator that ain't no letter Ab as a biliteral, triliteral. You know, you can look at it and use it as a dash or, you know, this look like one of them little slash marks here that they like to call singular. If you see three of them, they want to say it's plural, but let's go over here and see. Because we could be, yep, here it go right there. See, this is they transcribe. They would say this is Nisut, this is U, this is R. They would say this is YS, and then they would say that this is the J. But like we say, we don't do that over here. We taking you back to the real hieratic, you know, and so we definitely see it. It's definitely jumping out at us now. Scribes, can y'all say that y'all can actually see a lot of this stuff now? Outside of the biliterals and triliterals?
Yes, no.
Yes.
Some of these letters are becoming apparent. So the more that we do this, you know, it's actually like we're doing it right now, but the more that we do this, and I can also see the more that I am able to identify myself, the quicker the transliteration is going to become. You know, it's easy to just write it down. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And you just isolate the indicators and just put dash. You see what I'm saying? Transliterate the letters, you know, put dash, fact check them just like we doing to make sure they are what they are. And then you can't go wrong. So let's see what the other few letters is in this line here as well. And then we're going to hear from our family and we'll close out in a second. This has been a grand drawing right here. You know, we just want to make sure our family's sharp. And so we know how to do this by the time we come back round. If we've been studying it, we're going to be well refined, you know, in our next cycle of the hieratic or the meta-ray and commit. So let us go a little further again and see what these other expressions are. And this look like cognizant, W, M, something, cognizant, U, cognisutu, cognisutum me, cognisutum. Okay, let's go over here. Let's see. Okay. Y. Okay, let's see here. Yeah, that was the K in the end of that, which we went right in suit. Okay. Wait a minute. I know I ain't seeing what I think I see right now. This better not be what I think I see right now. Because I'm looking at, if I'm looking correctly, oh, I see what I did. That's my bad. I'm supposed to be right here. I done jumped down to the next line. So this is the ka. That's why they have the M there. So this is kama ye, and then a, and then I see they got 3 slashes down in there. So this is actually hamai, hami, kami'a. Let's see right here. Let's go back over here to the actual transcription. Okay. Yep, that's what they try to transcribe as K. This is what they transcribe in their pseudoglyphs as M, transcribed as Y, and it's the A, just like I said. You see the 3 little watermarks under that, which is going here. Then we see ab again and the slash. Okay. Looking like an, ani, na, anna. Let's see. Okay. Oh, it's got the N, but it don't have the A there. It's actually two N's. Nana. Okay, in this portion here, that look like that same little M that we was talking about earlier. I ain't gonna claim it. Then you got two slashes here. Let's see what it yields here. Nope, that actually look like the T that they're yielding with the two slashes. But it looked like the M. I don't know. Maybe we need to put that little symbol in the beginning that we came up with here. As being a T or a D. One we had the question mark on, family.
Right.
And so this would be like yet. But you know, that's just a thought. Since I seen this down here in this area. Right here. Same little curvature. And these, even though it's touching that right there, they really don't supposed to be that close to each other. But see it right here, this would be a transcribe to D, and they go to slashes. You see what I'm saying? So when you match that up, again, back to this special drawing here. Where is it? Right here. We see it, and we already know this is H. We remember that earlier. Yep. And that's actually HT. Okay, so yeah, that's HT. And then this look like FK. This is Q or KS. Right? And then we see it look like an indicator right here. So this would be, this is D. And this is again HT. Het, you know, and this is het fek quasi, cassi, kes here. And then the indicator. All right, let's go up here real quick. We almost at the end, family. We're a few letters from the indicator. Looks like a M, look like a T, P, and U. So would that be mut, pu, mutpu? Let's see. Let's go over here in the last portion of this. Okay, we see the het. As we were speaking of, they transcribe it, and then you got what they would transcribe as F, transcription, you know, K, like we were saying, fek, it transcribed from Q. Again, the S that we was talking about, they would transcribe it. And then the indicator, as we stated, yep, that definitely ain't no letter, it's the indicator. That's one to look up. We can look it up later. We actually spoke on, oh, this is actually, oh, that's N and W. So this is nupu right here. Y'all see that, family? Okay. So they transcribing this as N. You already know that's the W transcribe. And then this is the P transcribe, and that's W, nupu.
Yep.
Nupu. So yeah, you know, just a little trial and error here and there. But most of this stuff we on point with. You know, but just being able to find the right line is one aspect. But you see how quick it was. We went through all those different measures. You know, and it's just getting used to being able to do this without even having to go through the ARCU tool. Is where we are trying to advance to. You see? But we coming along. We most definitely coming along. And I will be on my leisure time most definitely working more with the papyri, because that's what's helping us. You know, the repetition, the hammer repetition is actually in the study of the papyri. Because as we see, if we go on to the next line, you are bound to see other drawings. This is H, this is WW, look like another W. I don't know why they got all them W's there. You know, and we can go on. Another letter look like here. I can't make it out, but this is H. You know, this looks like the letter that we had earlier that looked like it was a determinative, but it's a letter, which is another W. Hope. This is R. You know, Ray W. Rule. I know this right here, but I can't think of it right now. I don't want to say it's a B. It might be a L or R, another R. Yeah. So, like, yeah, that's what it is. I love this papyri apricity though, because even though this is the attested papyri, we can pretty much see. And being that this is the oldest one, we can guarantee that there is a primary source papyri for all this stuff that they done tried to transcribe in the pictures. And that's what we really want. We want the original of the book of the dead, as they like to call it, but in hieratic, which we have seen a few of them in the Chicago University measures, you know, but it'd be good to have the actual papyri just like we got this in our archives so we can see what they yield as well, you know, because nobody can deny that this is indeed, you know, the actual papyri. Yeah. So, at this time, what we want to do, and I wanted to go into this, but I got so caught up in dealing with that paper. I wanted to touch on some of this, but this is where we can actually also see some of the rules on the bilateral, you know, aspects of things. I see that they putting them together in the form of bilateral when they stacked on top of each other, but they still are read individually as letters. You see what I'm saying?
Islam.
Okay, Islam. So at this time, we're going to open up the floor from our scribes so that they can go into what it is that they have learned and everything. Islam, Grand National Secretary of State.
Islam. Gratitude, Dr. Shahid. Islam Warishkin, having already risen, given praise and honor where due. What was profound for me in our reading from Exhuming of a Nation, dealing with Hiram and Biff, and when you brought forth that powerful key in reference to on all levels, Hiram and Biff is slain. We're looking at mentally, physically, and spiritually. And you also added in reference to the language, how that was slain as well. And just being able to go through the papyri, the actual original source material, and be able to see and compare it to what Rome has put out as pseudo-glyphs, you know, that indeed, again, is a revelation because we are able to touch what our ancestors did and be able to get through the muck and the mire, the smoke screen, and all of that to see what was actually done by our ancestors and forefathers. You know, not something that deliberately tried to keep us buried and continue to keep us buried, you know, even in this new era of time. So that was a revelation to me. The other paradigm shift was when you clarified being able to go into papyri and look at the letters, and if you see that it's not of these original letters, use that as the indicator and put the dash there where you are actually separating the words, and that made it a lot easier for me to be able to go through that line without an immediate look at this looks all quote unquote Greek to me. But no, it actually made it clear to be able to go through that line, even though we were vetting these hieratic letters. But that was really a blessing for self. So gratitude to you, Dr. Shahid, our scribes, and also our family online.
Islamism. We had a brother ask a question, bro, do I have to learn this in school? I mean, no, you don't have to learn this, you know, if you don't want to. But if you want to advance yourself in the proper understanding when it comes to the language of the ancient Egyptians, yeah, then you need to have a knowledge of this information, and I mean, it's that simple. So we give honors to you, Grand Secretary of the State, for also your grand drawing and grand measure you brought forth from our father's treasures, minus doubt or contradiction, Islamism without the schism. Well, all right, let's go to our next scribe. Islam, and is our chairman present, or is he on a mission, Grand Secretary of State? Before we go to our scribe. Islamism, Chairman, what you think about this, grand man? The prophet all over this, him.
The love for you, man. Thank you for everything, man. Bless you.
Islam. But gratitude, y'all heard our chairman. And we want to give honors to you, Chairman, for that chapter. Are those measures dealing with the uncovering of the secret of Hiram Abiff? Because we showing our people that Hiram Abiff, symbolically in representation of this language, has been buried, under the European philosophized, system that they done created. We call them pseudoglyphs improper, and the real meaning behind the symbols, they don't even know, because signs and symbols of a conscious mind and men and women of understanding. Who told us that? Prophet Noble Drew Ali. But we're going to get into some of that too, in our next round. So, all right, scribes, the floor is open to you all. Sister Dendra and Brother Bati Bey.
Islam. This is just like the goddess said. This has just been tremendous for me. And going through, and as I was looking at my little notes, had my little cheat sheet out to pick out, to make sure that going through and picking out the indicators. And the way you carried us through that, I really enjoyed that, and I was looking forward to but hopefully you'll be able to go through it with us again in that poll, because I like working with poll, and I think one reason is because the it's so clear, but we didn't even this was. What you did was what was needed. There's no accidents. This is what we needed to go over, and we'll get to Poe at another time, because there'll be a lot of things in there that I have questions still about it. But I love working with that, and gratitude, God man, for. And then I was looking at your cheat at your chart, what you made for us, looking at all our tools, and you showing us how to navigate with these tools, and like Slay. I guess the reason I stay away from Slay, because I'm still learning and unfolding, and so I don't have a lot of speed. So Slay seemed like he kind of slows me down, but I still try to use him. But when I got my homework to try to do, I try to use things that can make me speed up, because I'm already don't have, I'm not at top speed as of yet, as when I'm doing my homework. So going to using Slate, I sometimes shy away from it, because it takes me longer to try to pick out, oh my goodness, where is that at? And I'm trying to see, and then sometimes my eyes get blurry and all of that. But this was such a powerful class. I thoroughly enjoyed it. Using that hammer repetition, showing us how to use our tools, all the tools that you have given us, God man. I tell you, just like the prophet say, he brought us everything. You have given us everything, and I know it probably some more that you're gonna run up on, that you're gonna give us to help us in our studies. But this has been a grand class. Gratitude, God man, for all that you do. We love you. Islam, peace and love.
Islam, and peace and love, goddess and queen, to you for all that you do and all that you will do, and all that you have done already along the way. So gratitude. Yeah, the best is yet to come. We got a lot of ground to cover, especially just dealing with the papyri alone. So Islamism without the schism, and that's Aliism. Well, all right, Brother Bati Bey, what have you to say, grand man?
Islam. You know, one of the things that I like about, especially when you're talking about the reading that we took out the Examination, the very people that are claiming they deciphered this stuff is part of that group, part of that secular group. And so you know that if we were left to our own, um, if we were left whole, which means a nation, we would have been back to the highest heights where our ancestors were. So they had to do something to even derail it even further. And so they did a number on the situation, but we see that they can't hold it back. They can't hold it back. The truth is always gonna come to light. It don't matter how long it take. It's always gonna come to light. You know what I'm saying? And being able to actually look at the hieroglyphs and trace the these hieroglyphs back uh, um to the actual alphabet. That's a power in itself, because now is really using your the power of words. Then that's something that we, being speaking the bastardized language, we don't really have the luxury, even though with what Noble Ali did with the language here, we know how even more powerful the creation of those languages were, and even how they the spelling, how they spelled it. They took out all the vowels and just left the consonants, uh, there. And so that means that all has a separate meaning and a separate power when it comes down to creation. So I just like, and then the fact that it's like this is deciphering puzzle, doing something somebody else has never done. It's just a beautiful thing. So with that, I leave us a common piece. It's not.
Yeah, and Islam and peace to you as well, grand man. And yeah, we're gonna get into actual trying to begin the writing process. That also will help one as well. Just writing. The same way that we go through the line and look at the alphabet, and we can see the A, the W, the U, and the so forth and so on. When we start actually writing them, we can start writing that way. Like write out the A, write out the B, write out the G, write out, you know what I mean? And once we do that right there, that also give us the ability to begin the scribing. We're gonna actually have to find us some parchment paper or some papery, sheets as well, and begin to write out certain measures, so to speak. That's gonna be fun too, where we can actually write these things out as scribes, and maybe encase them in frames, different ligatures here and there, and pass them down to the young and not yet born, so to speak. So
What we come up with medically, so
yeah,
one can't take it.
that's right. All of that, So yeah, we got some grand things to bring on the manifest to our family. The best is yet to come. We are actively now working with the language. It's been a long time coming. And like I say, we can only become more refined. And I'm pretty sure after this class right here, knowing the methodology, and that's really what the Slay tool is more dedicated to, by the way, the ligatures and the right form. That's a grand drawing. But also, like I said, if you go in the bottom where the gardenias list is, you can use that to navigate to find some things that you may not be able to find in the molar tool, and vice versa. Our Aku tools. So using the combination of these tools in the way that we use them have allowed us to pretty much crack the code in reference to dealing with the hieratic, the meta ray and comet. And so it's an honor. And I know that these tools will be refined over time, but mashallah, if anything have me definitely want to already be on point to where it's in us. So if these tools are removed, we can still work and move forward, and move ahead, So that's where we at with it, and then there's basically a possibility of us coming forth and replacing, the old rules that have been created by other individuals, dealing with the rules of engagement with this language that we have, like some of the stuff that we picked up on here today, concerning the indicators. So it's the best is yet to come, family. We just want to say gratitude and Islamism without the schism. And if there's nothing else that any of our other scribes have to say, questions or comment, then we're going to take this demonstration in the third heaven, the height, the pinnacle, at least. Islam?
Islam, Islam, Islam. January 15, 1929, a warning from the prophet to be read at every meeting. I hereby inform all citizens that they must end all radical agitating speeches while at work, in their homes, or on the streets. We are for peace and not destruction. Stop flashing your cards at Europeans. It causes confusion. Remember, your card is for your salvation. Failure to obey these orders will be a severe consequence. We are for love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. And when these principles are violated, justice must then take its course. Any citizen or group of citizens who hold malicious feelings toward the government or the prophet or violates the divine covenant of the Moorish movement will receive their reward from Allah for their unjust deeds. All true Moors will and must obey the law as laid down to them by their prophet. If they lose confidence in their prophet, they should turn in their card and button, cease wearing their turban and fez, and return to the state where I, the prophet, found you. This is the holy and divine movement founded by the prophet Noble Ali, and if the prophet is not right, the government is not right. The prophet, therefore, is sending out the divine plea to all Moorish Americans that they do their part in protecting their prophet and the government. This is an everlasting movement founded by the prophet through the will of Allah to redeem his people from their sinful ways, by the order of Prophet Noble Ali. A holy covenant of the Asiatic nations, ye are the children of one father provided for by his care, and the breast of one mother have given you suck. Let the bonds of affection therefore unite thee with thy brothers, that peace and happiness may dwell in thy father's house. And when ye separate in the world, remember the relation that bindeth you to love and unity, and prefer not a stranger before thy own blood. If thy brother is in adversity, assist him. If thy sister is in trouble, forsake her not. So shall the fortunes of thy father contribute to the support of his whole race, and his care be continued to you all in your love to each other. Islam, Islam, Islam. This meeting is officially adjourned according to Act 2. Love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. Go in peace, Moors. Great class, Islam.
Great class. Gratitude.
Gratitude.
Love, family.
Peace and love. Islam.
Gratitude, Dr. Shahid.
Gratitude for all that you do.
Islamism, scribes. Great job. This was a good grand session, open session.
Yes.
Islam, peace and love.
Islamism without schism. We exhuming the nation and the language. Islam.
That's right.
Yeah.
See you Moors in Sunday school.
Islam.
Love.
Peace and love. We want to give honor to our family out there as well. Tyrese Bay, Lisa Nicole Moria Bale, Atham 79, Born Dog, Raja, Divine Angel Wisdom. Want to give honor to our brother Tyrese L. Also Negruza Vasily. Also Philip Baines. Peace and love to all of y'all family. Y'all keep showing up, because we are uncovering the secrets, are taking the secrets, the covers of all secrets, so to speak. So we are here to reveal the light, not conceal the light. That being said, peace, love, and law at all costs. We love you.